Great, all right, welcome, good morning, we're at the 387th meeting of the Capital Subcommittee.
Thank you.
Happy first day. Yeah, that's right.
Happy Earth Day.
Welcome, Mr. Co-Chair, welcome DI. All right, let's get going. I feel like we've had a lot of reviews and have a pretty full schedule today, Jill.
We do. Thank you guys for having us. Thanks for all the work that you've been doing on top of your regular job. I know the last several months have been very busy for everyone, so we greatly appreciate it. Since we last met, we've made a lot of progress in a lot of different things. Next slide. So quick update on signage and wayfinding and the static exhibits. So those were installed several months ago. We are going through punch right now, and now that they are in use, we are in what we call the optimization phase. So we're getting feedback from you and your teams to see how guests are using them, how they're interacting with them. You know, were our hypotheses correct? Are they stopping? Are they enjoying? We're hearing that they're taking pictures, so that's a good sign. So we're in optimization mode for that. Digital exhibits, we'll share one of those today, but those have continued to move forward and we'll launch this summer. And then most of today's agenda is really going to be around the Civics Lab. So there's been a lot of momentum behind the Civics Lab the last several months since we went, and really want to walk you through where that stands. There's a lot to see, so we're going to try to be clear on what's still in progress, but want to show you where it's at and what we do need approval on. So we'll be clear on that as we move forward. Excited to have Nigel and Emilio here with me. They're pretty good travel companions if you got to take a road trip, just so you know. Pretty easy going. But yeah, Nigel, you can take it from here.
Absolutely. It's wonderful to see everybody here and finally back in the building again. So I'm gonna have a little celebration here first, walking through the first parts of the building. And I haven't seen it all yet, but it's fantastic. I'm just so happy to see Esther and the chief in the hall out there and the panels out in the lobbies. It just, we did this, all of us did this. And I can't thank you enough for everything that you've contributed, the time and the effort and the thoughts and the opinions and the conceptual help as we've driven to these elements that are out in the building. And we're not done yet, I know, but it's just so exciting to see the progress that we've made. And it's just top notch. It looks fantastic. I'm so happy. And I can't wait to spend some time after this meeting just kind of gawking about and looking at everything. So thanks ever so much for everything you've done to get us to this point. And there's more to come. So the first part of that is the Ports of History we're going to dive in right now to look at. I've got part of my team back in Kansas City that are going to help us walk through these elements. I didn't know whether because Chris is going to be able to join us. So Jace is back there. Jace, was there anything that you wanted to share to set us up for this before we dive in?
Oh, not necessarily. So yeah, this is our agriculture story. This is our third story, and we've gone through a round of what we call a rough cut review. So now you're seeing what we call our fine cut. So this is pretty well polished, but we're looking for some final comments to get it over the finish line and be a nicely polished piece. So hope you enjoy and looking forward to your comments afterwards.
And Madam Chair, Nigel, you might mention that there's still the voice watermark on what they're about.
That's a good point. Yeah. You'll hear some residue of elements like that until we pay them their money, they won't take that away. Tanner, is the sound on there? There's text appearing on the screen. Transcription. Oh. Are we good? Start to play? Go try it. No.
Yeah, my volume's up.
Oh.
Population. Okay. You're not gonna be able to hear that.
Tina, are you able to play it?
Trying to find it in that seat, but it's not sharing.
When you shared, did you share sound on the Zoom when you shared the little checkbox for share sound? I don't think you can see it once you're showing.
You share sound.
Yeah.
We should go to the.
Um,
It's great. You guys are gonna love it.
We believe you.
Madam Chair, Nigel, we're gonna see if Tanner can play it directly to the television, so it's not
Okay.
running through your link.
Yeah.
Great, yep. What is it called?
No.
Morning, Representative.
From my house.
It was a long drive. I thought maybe a little longer. It's sure pretty coming down.
So I can send it to the fall.
Still as could be. It was found.
Hmm.
Got really.
Tina, you want me to share it in the chat?
This morning.
They look
What
good.
do you guys just say?
Right now, smoke.
Yeah.
You know, it's beautiful here. Did Landry get quite a bit of snow in this last?
is there something in the Zoom invite that allows me to share sound or?
That's what I was checking. I couldn't find anything
About
for that.
6 or 7 each. Good.
Moisture,
Get it.
2 inches.
Eat as much as we can right now.
Closed caption. Screen.
Well, Nigel, as we get set to go, and Madam Chairman, just to jump in. One of the things that I wish your team could have seen some of the reactions we've had over the last, during the session, a lot of people came into our Capitol, obviously. It was pretty heartwarming to see, all the reaction to what we've been able to put up so far, so. Really amazing. We had a reception, for the auditorium and all those images that we put in there. That was pretty well received. That was pretty fun.
Did you get some of the photographers come for that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I spoke to the photographer and I apologize, I've forgotten his name, but he's the one that took the picture of the moose.
Oh, yeah.
Is standing in the middle of the river over in the western part of the state, and he told us that he actually got hypothermia. He waited in the water for about 3 hours for that shot and barely made it to the hospital, and they had to really work on him to get him back. It's a shame.
Dedication.
Yeah, so you don't think of, sacrifices that those photographers make to get those images, but it was really fun to visit with some of them. So anyway, Nigel, it's really fun to see people react to, especially the ones that have seen our Capitol before. Some of our new legislators, they didn't know any different, really. They just walked in there.
They just walked in and they knew where they were going.
Yeah.
That's all I would say, you don't know what we put up with.
We may want to go ahead and move on and then come back to this.
Yeah.
And Madam Chair, IT staff will come down and take a look, and in the meantime, we'll just continue with the agenda.
Thanks everyone for your patience. Jason, I'm so sorry. We'll get there.
Just let me know and I can jump back on.
All right. It is fabulous. Ashley, did you want to discuss some of the samples that we're reviewing here?
Yeah, of course. So these are some of our package 3 samples. On the left here, you'll see some of the finishes that we're going to use in the portraits of history. So that room is really starting to come together. And then on the right, you're seeing some staged vault samples. So we're going to use the same detailing on the vault doors and the garden level within that exhibit. And then you'll see the faux gold bar there. Down below, you're going to see a various amount of graphics show up, as well as different paint colors that match the color system that we've used to date in package 1 and 2. So just a little preview of what's to come. Get everybody excited. These finishes are gorgeous.
Thanks, Ashley. We continue diving into Civics Lab? All right. So as Rachel said at the beginning, there are a few things that we want to accomplish as we walk through the Civics Lab today. We've got some stuff that we just need to review, and you'll have an opportunity to dive deeper in file stage once this is up and loaded to look at all those elements. And I think you have access to the file now. So those things that we'll just want your feedback on, so we can refine them, get them to the place where we want them to be. And then there's some stuff that we just need you to approve. We've already done a great deal of work on the Civics Lab. We've talked a lot about the outline, the content that we're going to talk about. That's been really well nailed down, and we've got a really robust content outline. And now it's time to turn that story into actual physical experiences and panels throughout the room. So you'll start to see how we've attributed space for those different topics that we've brought up and talked about over the last few months. So we'll want you to look at those. We've developed a graphic system that's peculiar, specific to this Civics Lab, that takes its nod from the color palette and the approach throughout the building, but has its own expression in the Civics Lab. We'll start to look at the furniture bills and the way we're going to finish them, which I think is really fun. So I just want you guys to see how that's developed, and I just enjoy the way that they're working and that they're looking. So we want your feedback there, and so we can get approval to send those into engineering and start to make these things flesh and blood, real. And then just an overview of the different micro interactives. We have a lot of these larger interactives that we'll take a look at for just the initial review, but there's some micro interactives that we know we're going to use. So we just want to make sure you're comfortable with those, and we get those approved in engineering and move forward. They're the smaller things that will grab the attention of the person that can't get their hands on the bigger thing. And also little gems of information that can be added in there, or just sparks of interest, those kind of magical moments that you kind of discover by accident almost. So we'll look at those as well. Let's start back at the beginning, just as a reminder to set the table for this whole experience. What's the reason that we want people to come into the Civics in the first place? It's to know that this is their government. This is the people's house, right? We keep underlining that statement from the beginning. And the most important role in this building is citizen. So we want to impress on them the truth of that, and talk about how they can be a part of and participate in this democracy in the government of Wyoming. Content and narrative. I'm not going to dig into this because we've spent a fair bit of time. This has been developed and approved, and we're starting to execute on it. The writing has already started in a lot of these elements, and it's sounding wonderful. But I think for context, it's helpful to have this in the deck so that when you go back at it, you can pour back into these pages, and it'll remind you of, okay, so that's what's on this wall, and that's what we're trying to say here. So we've outlined those. We've got the welcome station, which sort of welcomes people into the space, obviously, sets the stage for the experience they're going to have. And there on that station is also an opportunity to engage with the Constitution, as well as to contribute their idea of how they can be a part of the democracy here in Wyoming as well. So we'll look at that in more detail. Station 2, get involved. is the first step into understanding how government works, how it permeates throughout Wyoming society, and their role in that. Legislative branch, the role of the legislative branch, what they do, different analog and digital experiences to help understand that. The executive branch, same there. What's the role of the executive branch and all the different agencies that encompass that broad group. Finally, the judicial branch, sort of a more minimum view of that because of the extensive view that they can get down the road at the Judicial Learning Center. And then separation of powers and understanding what that role is through both analog and digital interactions, to understand how checks and balances work and their role and ultimately your role as a citizen as a watchdog for separation of powers. So that's a quick overview. Let's start to dive into the stuff that really matters today. We're starting with style and tone. We've talked a little bit about this, that we want this to be playful, whimsical, and colorful. We want to add excitement and energy and make government feel as engaging as and exciting as it should be. I can't see people's faces. I left my glasses in the first rental car we tried. It didn't work for us, so I left them in there, and I'll have my sunglasses, which are prescription. I can see you, and they don't make me cooler. I think they ironically make me. So yeah, I'm going to wear these for a little bit so I can see your faces. Put up with that ridiculous.
We're a lot of happy faces.
I promised him I would elbow him if something was happening.
Be right. So this is the old English cool guy. All right.
Know that creative one in the room.
No dad jokes here.
Should have worn my black t-shirt. All right. So but that's the energy we want in there, right? We want people to feel like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I want to understand that. I want to dig into that. And I want to be surprised by that. And we want moments like that throughout the room. And we can accomplish that with just the aesthetic of the space, the way we use color, the way we use language, and the way that we engage not just their eyes, but their senses in that space, and how they can interact with each other when they're in that space as well. All those things matter and will make this experience rich and rewarding for them. So by playful, that's going to express itself in the way we do infographics and little doodles throughout the space. Whimsical, we're taking just your average pieces of furniture and making them look like they jumped out of a doodle book. So they'll be painted beautifully and finished elegantly, but then someone's come along and put a comic line along the edge to define that shape and let you see what it is. And it's going to permeate not just the furniture, but the panels on the wall and the illustrations that fill the whole back of the wall as well. So you'll be walking into a two-dimensional, three-dimensional world when you walk in there. It takes a fresh new look at the building that they probably already walked around or are about to walk around, and gives them a new perspective. And that's kind of what we want to do when they walk in the room. We want to sort of shift their perspective a bit from this is staid and boring, I'm not interested, to, oh, I'm seeing this from a different way now. And I think this approach will help us do that. And color, so that middle illustration that we've used takes that approach, that whimsical approach, but then we've put color into the mix there as well to add that extra bit of energy, and also as a way to sort of guide people through the experience, so they start to understand that this color means this type of content, this color means this type of content, and they start to understand the rhythm of how we're talking to them as they move through the space. So to do that, we've developed a design system, and that starts with color. And you'll notice that that very top line, that dark accents, is really kind of echoes the color palette that we see throughout the building already, that we've established as the motif for every panel that you see throughout the building. So we've taken that and we've added a little bit of energy, a little bit of prime color to it, made it a little brighter and more energetic, while still connecting to the story that we've already been telling throughout the building. And then we've broadened that palette considerably to give us a lot more leeway, so we can have really profound contrasts and energy moments and light softer moments throughout the space. Because of all the different types of illustrations we're using, we wanted to be able to tell some textured, visual, colorful stories with that. We've also broadened our typography as well. We're leaning into the type from the rest of the building, but we've looked at a more playful hand-rendered version of that type. So these stylized versions of these fonts, you'll start to see as headers and subheads and little call outs. So all these fonts, and there's a broad range of them, will be used throughout these panels to add energy and interest and direct hierarchy and focus as people read the content. I need a drink of water. And then, excuse me. We have an iconography that we're starting to develop as well. You'll remember the icons that we use throughout the building, the little archtop icons. So we're using that same sort of visual language for the sort of the primary conversation points throughout the civics lab, the who, what, why, and how points, so that we start to bring people in, they start to recognize those, they're connected with a particular color palette. And you'll start to see that type of icons throughout the graphics as we start to work through it. The playful range of illustrations throughout, you'll see in this doodle style throughout the graphic panel. And then finally, remember how I talked about how we take this piece of finished fine furniture, but then we comic book it almost. This is a sort of a good example of what that's going to look like. So it starts to feel, so this is that executive desk we've talked about, and it's no longer this stately cherry or oak masterpiece. It's this engaging surprise of a desk with these lines, and we're still refining what these lines look like. We know that we want them hand done, so we will finish the desk professionally with high grade paints and sealers. But then the edging and stuff and the lines and the detailing will be done by hand, so that it's got that organic, natural feel. We're gonna put one of those little tags you get in your shirt that said these blemishes are intentional. All right. So that any questions about the aesthetic of the space, the look and feel of the space? Ridiculous.
No, you're good.
Was it smiling? I had them on.
You're good.
All right, we're good. Keep moving. All right. Okay. Analog micro interactives. This is something the core team has specifically asked for, to make sure that kids are engaged when that big elaborate fun thing is busy with kids. They want moments throughout, and that's so smart. So we've come up with a number of different ways to do that. Here's just 5 of those where they're just simple things that are on the wall. They're I don't know, 9 inches across, sometimes smaller, larger. And it takes some sort of movement by your user, by your student or tour participant to access more information. They live fine by themselves, but if you slide it and look at it in different ways, it surprises you with more information or another visual or different perspectives on something that you hadn't anticipated. So I'm going to show you some sort of DD type builds for these things, which I don't know how familiar you are with these types of drawings, but it gives you the mechanics of how these things work. So this is a sliding circle reveal where you just grab the knob and slide it up and it exposes content behind there. And I put this in here just to remind you that as finished and as clean as these lines look, we're going to use the same edging and style approach to those as well.
Question.
Yeah.
In terms of wear and tear and replacement, we talked about this in the past on how we facilitate it so we can do that ourselves and have it done here in-house. I mean, how does that dovetail into what you're showing us?
I'll let Ashley answer that, but I will say that we have only focused on analog interactives that we feel confident have the kind of durability for the lovely audience that we anticipate using the space. But Ashley, is there more you want to speak to on the durability and fixing?
I'm so sorry, Nigel, I stepped away. What was the question?
Oh, Representative Nicholas has questions about, actually, do you want to restate your question?
Sure. My question is, how do we, I've been to lots of different interactive type exhibits like this. And within a year or two, they start to look worn. So how do we put this together in a way that we can do our self-help one, for refreshing, for making it look brand new all the time, as much as we can, without extra ongoing operating costs.
Understood.
That's a great question. I think I heard all of it. With everything that we provide, we will include a maintenance plan should something break. We do cover our material with one of our warranties. And then we will provide instruction for replacement vinyl or replacement graphics on these, whatever that material ends up being, to where it can be replaced and refreshed fairly easily. We will engineer these things, these micro interactives, in a way where they're easily updatable.
Question is updatable by whom? Do we do it ourselves or do we ever done it?
Yeah, we can send you, oh, go ahead, Ashley.
It can be either or. We can update it. You guys can update it. It will, the instructions for all of the updates will be within our maintenance plans. So several options.
So we can give you the creative files as well, so that you guys could do that with a local vendor if you wanted to, or we're readily available.
And Madam Chair, I might add, we've already done this once in the Capitol during the optimization phase. You may recall that the build that you approved for the static panels in the Capitol is acrylic. And originally it was going to be direct print on acrylic, and then DI recommended actually putting vinyl on the acrylic. And that is something that we will receive in the owner's manual that will tell us the thickness of that vinyl. We will get all the correct color codes, the fonts. So that could either be printed in the future by DI or by a local vendor. And it's essentially a sheet of vinyl. I'm probably oversimplifying this, but this is what it looked like when you guys did it. We had a couple of the panels that moved down to the garden level, and then the references on the text were incorrect about where things were located. And it was simply a new sheet of vinyl that came out, and the installers, you might have seen window vinyl that's been applied. It's kind of looks like a similar process. I'm probably oversimplifying this, but scrape it off and then basically put it back on over the top of the acrylic.
Some of that is a specific touch for those bigger things, but the smaller things you might be able to use without having a professional installer.
All right. So we have a few more of these to look at. This is just a hexagon flip up, like a little cat door. This one is a slider. So let me explain this a little more in detail. This one, imagine on the back panel, you'd have a complex or beautiful landscape image, like on the back of a currency. So it's a picture of the Capitol or something like that. On the front, you have this circle that slides back and forth, but the handle of the circle is the loop. So you can put your eye up to the loop and look through that at the image behind. And all of a sudden you realize in that picture of the Capitol, there are actually words framing the outline, and you can start to see details you didn't see when you were just looking at the image. So this is a way to tell a two-layer story. Just the particular image that we select and create, and then the things that are hidden within that image when you look through the loop. Just by sliding it, and then by sliding it, you can look at different parts of it, or read a sentence, or follow a narrative on the face of that. This is a simple slider that we're going to use this for one. We know we want to use this where we talk about the different articles in the Constitution that apply to the different branches and the different stations throughout the room. So the first appearance of the article, we will mimic the old opera posters that were discovered in the rehab of the building. So we'll take those articles and make them into these like old opera poster broadsheet type of signs, and then you slide it over and new content's revealed. Maybe it's the handwritten version of the article of the Constitution, or it's an image that captures the essence of it, or it's another story or truth that emulates what that article is about. But just by sliding this tab at the bottom, it reveals new content within that same frame. It's just a simple, very analog gesture, but it kind of surprises you with the new content. A simple door page turn approach. This allows us to tell us like a short narrative, like a cartoon strip almost, where you have on one side, you have the the face of the door and the open space. And then you turn the page and the back of the door and the open space on the other side. So it's a simple gesture, but it allows you to kind of read a story, really simply. And then this last one, we have two windows into a background image, and by rotating that disc around, you expose different parts of the image and align different content from one window to the other window. It's just a new way to look at an image and focus your attention on different parts of the image and surprise you in the effort. So those are the micro interactives that we'll kind of pepper throughout the room. Any questions about those? Do you feel good about that approach? Paula?
One question of the level of these, are they kind of varied on the walls so that younger kids, older kids,
Yeah,
adults can?
They will all meet the standard. I think it's, what is it, 42 at the top for ADA standards for reachability, so that the youngest kids, well, okay, depends if you got little toddlers in there, maybe not so much, but the kids that we are targeting and younger probably will definitely all be able to interact with those.
I'm gonna stop by, and if I can reach it.
I'll be with you, I just.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
If you could hang around when we're installing, that'd be great. Right, sweet.
So how do we, at some point, it will either wear or it will get redundant. So how often do you interchange a story on like one of these micro interactive, that sort of change it, put it in something different? Do you make alternative modifications so it's not the same price every year?
I don't know that I can speak to the shelf life of the stories that we're going to tell in each one of them. Some I think will have an extremely long shelf life because what we're trying to teach in that space is going to be true for decades. Others would be quick moments that maybe after a year or two it starts to feel a little redundant or old. Every one of these is set up so that it is not so easily that the kid can take it off and change it, but easy to change to refresh the story. There's nothing about any of these designs that are dependent on the story that you're telling. They're all just vehicles, just like pages in a book that you can put whatever story on you want. And they're built in such a way that you can take the pieces apart and put just replace a piece or replace the vinyl. And Ashley, I'm talking your talk and probably shouldn't. Is there anything you would add to that?
You're doing great, Nigel.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, but.
No, I mean, I think you said it. If these things need to be refreshed or something is feeling old, the graphics that are on them will be easily updatable. And like Wendy said earlier, you guys will have all the files. We would be happy to help with the updates in the future. Or you guys can handle them yourself. So it can go either way.
Does that answer your question? All right. There's also going to be some much larger, more robust interactives throughout. The ones we just talked about, the sort of micro interactives. Then there's some more in-depth analog interactives that require different steps to take and different interactions. And there's physical interactives and digital interactives. Emilio, I don't know if you wanted to make any highlights to any of these. I started talking to you like you were off in Zoom land. I forgot you just down the.
My big head's good with it.
It's okay. Good morning. First, yeah, I mean, we're trying to combine all the analog, the big analog, the micro, and then the digitals all together into each specific area. So then it doesn't feel repetitive. It doesn't feel like you're doing the same thing every time as you move through the room. So they're all going to be, there's different levels to them too. There's some that are a little easier to do, and then there's some that are going to get a little more complex. So we'll talk to them as we go, but yeah, excited to share.
Okay, elevations. This is the way we kind of show you the picture of the room, what it looks like on each one, so we can start to break down the parts and pieces as we move through it. Let's start with a sort of a top view, and this really hasn't changed. We've got the how to get involved station, the legislative branch, the executive branch, which curls around this little column here, and the judicial branch shares space with the separation of powers. We did a quick sort of fly through video, so you can get a sense of what it's like to walk into the room. So I'm going to share this with you, but with a caution, because we wanted to flesh the room out, but we know this stuff's still in the works. So you might see things here that may not be in the final thing, and that are just sort of ideas that we're pursuing and that we're making adjustments. And we're going to be actually walking through the building today to start to reference some actual furniture to see if some of that might be better than what we've come up with so far. But at least they'll give you a flavor of what it feels like to walk in the space.
And there's no sound.
There is no sound, but Rachel is going to hum, and we'll make it all good. Okay, so you walk in the room. Walk really fast. We'll see all this stuff in much better detail as we go through the deck. They're also happy. Okay. Awesome. Any questions?
Yeah, the separation of powers section, do we make that bigger? Prominent?
More of a gap.
Which branch would you like?
Can we build a wall?
I need to emphasize that a little bit more.
Did somebody say build a wall? Okay.
I have a technical question and it's more my memory.
Yeah.
What is the max capacity? How many people, how many kiddos can we have in the room at a time?
We did a calculation on that, and I don't remember the number.
I know
Angel,
you
was it
said-
40 or 50? I thought that's the number that sticks in my head. Please don't quote us on that, but it's somewhere around there, I think.
Yeah, I think that we talked about a healthy interaction being at the limits of like 24. Once you get past that number, it just starts to get a little crazy. So that was kind of built around expectations of class sizes that might tour through the room. But if you know the fire marshal and you get your tape measure out, I'm sure you could probably get it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that's what I was gonna say is I think there's a difference between what you're, and Brandon might speak to this, what the life safety code allows in that room versus what's a comfortable experience. So we would only plan to have one class at a time in the space.
Okay, let's start walking around the room. Start with the central station. So you saw in that fly through that the central station has become a 3-column kind of crazy central anchor to the space. You walk in with this welcome with the Civic Lab interactive that sets you on your journey, helps you to understand it. On the one of those 3 walls, we have the constitutional interactive, which we're developing for the historic Supreme Court, but will be adapted to this younger audience. And then the final wall is your turn, where after you've walked through all this, you've started to understand, and every station, remember, has a reminder as one of its points on the wall of what you can do, how you can participate, the different ways you can be involved. And here's a chance for you to think about those things and say, you know what, I am gonna do this thing, and write that down and plop it in the mailbox, and then someone will get to go through those and select ones that are appropriate for all eyes and get to go under the glass here on this little bulletin board. Every so often changing and refreshing those out. Again, reminded that the line work will hold what we've shown in those sort of models earlier. Just to give you a sense of how that interactive is balanced out between analog and digital, we've kind of put this throughout every wall, so you get a sense that it's not just all screens, it's not just all analog, it's a combination, as well as graphic panels, which is a whole other third sort of category of content. So we've got some analog things here and we've got some digital things, highlighting here that this is where we roll out the passport experience, where people can take a passport and walk through the room and mark that off as they go station to station, as well as that last one I just finished describing to you. Here's sort of a dimensional build to give you a sense of the volume of the piece and the playfulness of those banners that circle the top. And that banner style will be echoed in the life cycle of the law thing that goes throughout the room or on the top as well. So it starts to tie those two things together. And it won't be gray and dull. And then you start to see the graphic panels, how those will be treated. The edge again will have these sort of painted marks on there. The paint on these graphic panels will be digital. It'll be done within the material that we use instead of hand painted, but it'll be hand painted in the software in the computer. Someone will be drawing it there instead of this one. And then we're playing with the typography. We're playing with including simple doodles. Remember that all the copy you see here is just placeholder. We are still developing the language for all of this stuff based on the outline that you folks have approved. But we wanted to put something in here so you get a sort of a flavor of what it starts to look like and feel like. The passport, and this is a very kind of wireframe version of it. So we put in this little snapshot here of as a reference to see that what that physically looks like, and it's more playful and fun and engaging. So the doodles and the typography that you said earlier will live throughout this document. But it's a Z fold or an accordion fold stock card passport that has content on the back and the front. On the front side, there are voids that allow them to take at the appropriate place at each station and use one of those embossing stamps. You've seen those here in their sort of official capacity for endorsing and adding seals to different documents. But here they would place it in there. They would pull the little lever. They would get the little stamp because they've been through the legislative station. And then wander over to the executive, spend their time there, find the stamp, put that on there. And by the time they've finished, they've got this opportunity to put those stamps in. This is also a place where they can add that commitment. And we're looking at ways so we can sort of perforate this so they could add that commitment, keep a copy for themselves and deposit a copy in that mailbox as well if they wanted to. The backside allows us to tell more of a story if we wanted to. It gives us a little more real estate, including instructions on how to use the passport. And they'll be introduced to the idea of the passport on that welcome screen as they walk in. So they're prompted to grab one and if they want, and take it around, and then they'll have this thing to take away and talk around the dinner table with mom and dad about the time they had at the Wyoming County. Show off their little passport.
And your team will have the files for these, so you can reprint as often as you need. Keep up with demand.
You'll see these DD drawings for all the different builds that we have that we know we're in a good place. So we just need your okay on those. Emilio, I want to talk about the.
So when you come into the space, you'll see that front face of the central station, but then there'll be a screen, and the screen will have a track loop that will draw you in, and it'll play through some sort of animation, and it'll let you feel like, oh, okay, there's something going on here, and then there'll be a call to action, like, touch the screen and see what happens. Once you do that, it'll play a video. It'll be a short 40-second video, and it'll kind of introduce the space. This is a new type of space, different than everything that you see in the building. So what is this? So we'll give you a quick overview. It'll introduce the context of the fact that the Constitution sets up all the branches and all that. And it's also what's the purpose of the space, and maybe into the passport, like what's a passport for. And then it'll play through, and it'll stop, and then it'll transition into like, what type of group are you? Are you self-guided? You walked into the building and stumbled upon the civics lab, or are you a class and then you're here because you taking a tour of you were here before. You were in this room before you went over there. So what type of tour are you? And then when you do that, then it will give you some sort of onboarding instructions of like, if you're self-guided, you should start here and then work your way around the room. But if you're not, if you're a classroom, then we cannot put 24 kids in front of one wall. So you should divide yourselves and set up and then navigate the room in this order. So then it's a tool for maybe the teacher or the tour guide or to sort of help them break up the class. And you can make selections, talk through it, and like, we'll use the 24 number for now, like say divide that by the number of stations, and then it's like, hey, you should separate in this many kids per wall. And then you can sort of help them guide that process. And then it'll transition away once you do that and everyone's set up and then sort of go. Because that's the purpose of this screen. And then it'll transition back and it'll, time out and go back to the regular track loop. Next one. Which is what the next screen does, I think. Yeah, so this walks through that. So when you guys look through it and review it, that's gonna be sort of explains what I just said. So you can follow.
All right. Any questions about the central station before we moved on to the first wall?
What's the screen on the second set of columns? Or is it, doesn't look like it's a screen.
Yeah, there are two screens. The one is the constitutional interactive, which is based on the one upstairs, but will be reworked to visually and with language to address our younger audience.
So it says 55 inch. Is that, what's the width and height of it?
It's diagonally 55 inch, so trying to think of a reference here.
Madam Chair, a reference would be your kiosks that are currently on the second and third floors are 42-inch screens that are outside of the lobbies and the galleries.
It says 55 inch screen on here, but I'm just questioning what the width and height are of it.
So
the whole column.
It's indicated on the drawing here.
The column is
9
5'10".
foot low.
Oh, I see, yeah.
The face is 5'10".
Wide 27 high.
So 27 across here on this portrait orientation.
So those two screens have the similar pixels, similar. So they look similar or different?
Yeah. It'll be the same screen on both sides.
I'm sorry.
Say they're all 8K. We'll value engineer that down to
Yeah. All right, any other questions? No? Let's go to the first station, which is the first one. As you go in those double doors, is the first one to your right there. The how to get involved station. So we have a large background visual that kind of represents a small town with all the different parts and pieces that make up well, not all, but a fair range of them, that we can have conversations about what parts of government impact those different things. So from a fire station to a schoolhouse or a courthouse or a retail or a park, from a bike to a fire hydrant to a water fountain. And then we sort of represented the different components that are going to be on this wall. There'll be some sort of analog interactive, which we are still processing and trying to understand what that should be. The digital interactive, which we've got a really strong idea about how that's going to work. And then the graphic panels, which will encompass analog interactive. So there's an analog interactive on here as well. And then here's your passport station at the end, just to pay off that whole experience. A kind of signpost kind of lights the way for all the different other stations, and there's an introduction to the life cycle of the law, which weaves its way around the top, where we've created this sort of faux crown molding up at the top, which will add some layers and interest to that. The background visual will be directly applied to the existing work. And then to break down what that experience is from both an analog and digital, you can see all the green is the different analog experiences. In fact, we should have added this passport station because that's an analog experience to that. And the blue is the digital engagement. So you can see there's a nice balance there between the two. And then
So is the background that you have here just an example? That's gonna look at.
this is something with yes, it's an example of sort of the style we want to approach and the content we want to approach. This is our initial review of the background elements. We're further down the road with the actual physical built and graphic panels, but this is the first review, and each one has a different, most of them are focused on different parts of the Capitol, but because this is about people, the citizens and the world they live in, and trying to help them to understand how, when they're going down the street, the things that they see in their vision have a relationship with government. There's something that government plays a part in and that they can interact with. So if they're walking through the park, there's a player in that they can talk to about if there's something wrong. There's someone they can talk to. There's a part of government that's responsible for that.
So I'm just wondering, you've got, it's like a fire engine, then you've got a 3-story building, bicycle. I mean, what do those represent? So, where are you going with it?
Well, that's just as I said, the different parts that people might recognize in their town, and it helps us to have that. And when we get to the digital interactive and the content that's in these panels, that might start to make more sense. But it gives us a place to have a conversation about how those different parts in their community are impacted by government. So
would you say that all of them together are really supposed to represent community versus
Yes.
you're trying to focus on one versus the other?
Yes.
It really is just the whole thing, just trying to tie to community.
No, that's a better way to say it.
So then will you have wordage to tie everything in to teach that lesson?
Yes, yeah. In fact, we have the 2 interactives that will be on the station, one very digital focused and one analog, will be directly related to that kind of narrative. And then the language on the graphic panels will also expound on that as well.
Yeah, so as we show some of that interactive, you might be able to see how it ties a little bit more directly.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
When you guys do these graphics, are they gonna be representative of a Wyoming town? Because a lot of times we see stuff like this and they have skyscrapers and we don't have skyscrapers.
Yeah.
We don't have, like, I just wanna make sure it's called to attention that it would be something you would find in a Wyoming town. And the imagery I keep thinking is when Walt Disney opened Disneyland and he created Main Street USA.
Yeah.
He charged all of the people that were working on that project to bring something from their hometown. So like the fire station at Disneyland is the fire station at Fort Collins. And so it was a real fire station that represented Main Street USA America. And so I would just like to put a plug that this graphic represent Main Street Wyoming.
Yeah.
We have some pretty iconic buildings.
In developing this initial illustration, I looked at images from Wyoming towns. And some of these are a sketch right of a particular building I found in a Wyoming town. So the fire station was, I can't remember what town it was. I just grabbed a bunch of pictures from different places.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The only thing that I didn't find an image was something that looked like the entrance to a city park or a town park. So I kind of created that from.
That looks a lot like Hudson, so good job.
So these are all I mean, I did exactly that. But if there are but you should use this schoolhouse or what, I'm more than happy to do that. And we could make this sort of.
I was gonna say in the comments, when
Yes.
the review comes through, it's like, yeah, if we can get like the firehouse should be from this town, that would be.
We'll make this
Yeah.
mongrel science, Wyoming town.
I don't have a problem with this one, I just.
I stopped at 3 stories.
We took away the ocean.
Wyoming is nice, I'm like.
All right. So then we said,
As your official Main Streeter on this committee, all of that rang true for me. It felt very Wyoming.
good. Let's dive in. So here we have one of the graphic panels from that first How to Get Involved station, you'll start to see how we've incorporated those icons into there. We're showing this twice because we wanted to show you the before and after for that article interactive. So we have this sort of initial view of the article, which kind of spells out in crisp, simple, sort of mimicking an opera poster. And then you slide it over and you see the scripted version of that article. That's just one possible approach to content. As I said, the content isn't locked down. We're starting to try to understand how these graphic panels will work first, how to incorporate doodles into them, other drawings, how photography will work with them. All that stuff needs refinement and will be refined as we have actual content to work with. It's really hard to do these type of exercises without actual content, so we know what the words are. And in fact, the writer that's helping us with this is including suggestions for what the doodles might be and infographics that might help to extend the story. And one of those is, is maybe a doodle could be a definition of a word. So if they use the word in there, that might be a little more complex for some of our readers. Maybe there's a little doodle where someone sketched in the margins, this word means this in very accessible language.
So what do you do with taxes? I'd hate to have kids come in there and think that everything that government provides is free.
Well, what do we do with taxes?
Yeah,
I don't know where that is in the outline.
Taxes, so, yeah, because I could see a little 9-year-old going in there and they look at all this great stuff that government provides. And they walk out the door thinking it's free. Think about it.
Yeah.
We need to have something about how the government works, I guess, and the realities of government, not just that this is all the great stuff that,
I do absolutely believe that story is developed within the content of the outline that we have already. In this station, definitely, but especially in the legislative station as well, because all the process of and our budget is a part of the whole conversation as well. So.
Yeah, that's a good point by the treasurer. We've got a real life experience going on in Wyoming right now. As we try to reduce property taxes and without reducing services. Well, that doesn't work very well, does it? So. Good point.
I learned that from my dad. All right. Okay. There's some more graphic panels. That's the larger one in the middle with for images that we're playful with the way that the lines work. On here, the illustrations, the little doodles that are added to it, the way the typography is used, adding both positive and negative line work on there. These visuals are obviously just placeholders for the moment. The How You Can Make a Difference panel, and this is a story that you'll see throughout, where we talk about the different ways, and we always include like 4 different ways that people can be involved, how they can play a role. This one's organized by observe and learn, serve, speak, vote, different ways they can participate. And then finally, there's the passport station. We'll just show you this one time because it's on every wall, but it's always this sort of same kind of layout. We have the little icon that sort of attracts attention and the little device that's attached to this shelf that pushes out from the wall that they can put their little passport in and stamp. There's some instructions above on how that works. The build, this is that table that has the two screens on for the interactive that Emilio is going to kind of walk you through. Again, a reminder that how that's going to be finished as polished and clean as it looks here, and the structure itself will be. It'll be made this more engaging, whimsical piece with this approach. And then that's that shelf that the little stamp thing sits on that extends cantilevers out from the wall. Julio.
So our visitor will walk up to this table that's in front of the wall, and then there'll be 2 screens, so 2 different users. They're both doing the same thing, so you don't have to do the one on the left and then the one on the right. You can just experience either one. There'll be a map, a little doodle illustrated map, with roads and buildings and firehouses and schools and things like that. And then visitors will drag this little car on the road, and then there'll be markers on certain places so you can stop the car, and then modal and pop-up will come up and it will tell you this firehouse is governed by state government or local government, and then this is how that works. And then we'll give you maybe a suggestion of like, if you need to do something, this is what you can do to get involved in that particular service or that particular area. So parks is a good one, schools, we talked about crosswalks, streetlights, things like that. So we're trying to give kids a sense of like, all these things happen by someone. Your government is involved at different levels also. So then the map will cover like maybe a national park or something like this will cover cities, countryside, like we're trying to make it as broad as possible. So then when you navigate, it'll give you a sense of like what areas you can, your government impacts you, and then how you can get involved there too. So that's a quick breakdown of, there'll be 3 levels of government, so local, state, and federal. And then on the right, we'll have a list, for lack of a better term, but then the list will be illustrated across this city country map. And then what each level of government controls what on each area, what impact does the government have, and then what you can do as a citizen. So if a street light is broken or a traffic light is broken, what do? You call somebody, you file a report or something like that, and then it'll get fixed, hopefully. But yeah. Yeah, I think. So yeah, this walks quickly through that user flow. So then the map will be animated. So that our goal is that for that doodle map not to be static, to be animated. So there might be, little things moving around, like different cars that you cannot touch, maybe navigate through, or the streets, or clouds maybe move. So we want it to feel alive. Then you'll drag the car, and then when you stop at a marker, then the modal will pop up, and then you close the modal and you go back to let's move the car again. We'll talk about different other ways to make it to make the navigation work. So that if you touch a hotspot, the car will move by itself to that hotspot. So that's another way to do it. But it's trying to keep it as user friendly as possible, since we'll have a range of audience so broad.
Any questions about that before we move to the next wall?
I was just thinking, it seems like the local government piece might be the most complicated.
Right.
Could get very, very detailed, and I'm sure you've thought about how deep you want to go. You can have a lot of bullet items from, special districts to irrigation districts to water and sewer boards to, zoning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All those things that can go on at the local level, but challenging.
Yeah, I think a couple meetings ago, we talked about how we did have to take a step back because we were getting too complex. And so we keep finding ourselves pulling back. Let's try to make sure that it's simple and it's clear, not just for this education level, but for everyone. There is, kind of a basic education you need to make sure that we're doing. That's a very good point.
I think it could overwhelm.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a tough balance in there that we'll have to think about. So, yeah.
Yep.
I think we got like 700 or 800 clients that will invest money for it, and it goes in their pockets. So a lot of that, to the senator's point, is it's all a lot of old stuff.
Yeah. We'll be careful to watch that more.
And then to make sure that the experience is engaging enough that the kids want to find out even a bit of that information as they go. So things like they'll be able to choose, maybe they can choose a car, or maybe they go around on a motorbike or on a skateboard or hiking or whatever. So they can just add a little more interest, and maybe part of the map is rural, part of the map is a small town. So it just adds more visual and expands the kind of stories you can tell and engages them a little more.
I guess on the executive branch, we could probably put links to each one of the executive branch offices. So if they wanted to drill down and find out what the auditor does on a day-to-day basis or anybody else. And actually get into the, you know, if they're really wonky, they can get into the spreadsheets.
We have an activation for that. About what did it cost us?
By the way, we kind of glossed over it, but and I love the fonts and the images. I think it's a great look. Walk in, you just, the panels are inviting and not overwhelming, so I like it.
Not stumpy.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't wait to
Yeah.
delve down and find out what the auditor does.
Reframe the job description, all right.
We also have your cell phone number in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any questions?
All right, so we turn the corner, the legislative branch.
It's probably the most important part of the morning, so.
Focus. Get your coffee, all right.
I'm kidding.
Oh, yeah, they're the appropriators, so that's the most important.
So we've moved them from the town into one of the chambers, as a great context to have this conversation about what the legislative branch does. We start with this introductory panel, which will be true on every panel, includes the Art of Constitution that established the legislative branch. We have some interactions here. We'll dig into some of the details of these, but this is to make the idea of a citizen legislative a more interesting and compelling and fun story to understand. More information about how and who does this work and what a citizen legislative looks like. And then a conversation about the compromise and debate negotiation that happens in the development of laws and or not. And we are working on what this kiosk looks like right now. They're sort of face to face, but we're gonna walk the floor after this and see if there's a better way to express that kind of dynamic within the real estate. So this is just a placeholder furnishing for now. Along this wall, we have this legislative process slider graphic. So you've had those little things right in your hands where you slide the little tile around to complete a picture. This is a wall mounted version of that. And then we finish with the role of the citizen or your turn at the end there, which has the passport thing incorporated into it in this instance. So we've got a really nice breakdown of analog and digital experiences here, starting with the analog for the article of the Constitution, the digital that I just talked about, and then those other components as you move through the room. So we've got a nice balance of experiences there that weave its way throughout. And then just to focus on the illustration, we are working on refining this. This isn't exactly where we want to land yet, so we're going to play with this a little more. But we like the idea of putting that central digital interactive in the context of the dais and those little speaker lecterns that people come up to voice their little soapbox moment about whatever's being discussed, debated at the time. So
They're a
that's
little out of order.
on my what?
Well, you got draft, assign, and then amendments.
Oh, in this room. Oh,
It really doesn't go that direction.
Oh, up top.
yeah. Good catch. Just reiterate, this is placeholder for the moment, but it's anytime we see something that's just not quite there, it's helpful to.
So Nigel, I'm sorry, I'm riding a little slower horse here. The analog, we have analog panels and we have analog interactive panels. Can you clarify what we're looking at on the green boxes?
Yeah, let me go back to the actual visuals here. We're gonna look at these a little more as we move through the deck, but when I say analog interactive, that means there's not a digital component. There's not technology, it's not a screen that you move something physically with your hand or just observe it with your eyes, make some sort of change or adjustment with your hand that reveals more content or changes the nature of the content. And analog panel, which is more sort of like a didactic kind of interpretive panel like you have throughout, is just purely visuals. So it's text, it's images, it's infographics, whatever you can put on a panel. So similar to this. Analog and then a tech or digital interactive is where usually there's a screen involved. where you touch and engage with the screen somehow. So maybe it's a touch screen, maybe there's some sort of buttons that you push. Some of these do marry both of those components, so it's hard to say whether this is really analog or digital. There's a couple on the executive wall that are very much a combination of both those things. And you know, I could argue that just turning a light on by moving something is kind of tech, but it's really an analog experience. So there's going to be some things like that where you move something on an analog interactive where a light will pop on, and that will be sort of the reward for making the right move with the interactive. But it's really just an analog approach. Does that kind of clarify?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you
Yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
clarifying. I appreciate it.
Okay, I got a really subtle hint that I'm taking way too long.
I wrote it really big too. Just a time check, just.
So, more graphic panels, show how those work. You'll see that on here, we usually include like a little simple line or something to indicate that this might be where an analog interactive might live on the panel. Are those your turn? Role of, I think we're changing that to role of the citizen. I told you all this stuff is placeholder, so some of this stuff is adapting and some we've got a better idea of. And then this slider interactive, and we're going to incorporate sort of a tourist kind of map on here where we don't name locations. The names of the locations are actually the steps in the process of a law, and getting this map and the road to follow the right path is the goal. And normally it'll be scrambled, and you have to figure out how to slide those things to get the law through the process. And that just is the engineering behind that. A reminder that the finish will be like these. And then this is the station that isn't locked down yet. We're playing with what this really looks like, but it gives you the sense that there's going to be two digital screens that allow for this digital interactive to happen. Also, we're going to try and provide a moment where we can actually use a physical artifact. So we've got this great gavel that we're going to display in there. It's just, and that will be peppered throughout the room. We're going to try and include some actual artifacts that will add a little bit of authentic interest to the space. All right.
This was quick.
I told
Yeah.
you. I'm
No,
so
you're
sorry.
fine. You're fine. It's great. Like Nigel said, each tile represents a step in the legislative process, and then when visitors come into the room, it'll be jumbled, so it'll be all mixed up, and then you will have to rearrange it to put the process in order, to reveal the thread, the infographic, and then the map that's behind, like the full image that's hidden within the tiles. And then so you'll start seeing it once you start moving things together. Then it'll, oh, it's a map. I didn't know that. But then it'll also tell you like, oh, but there's markers, and the markers are tied together, and then that's how the process works.
So do they slide up and down?
Yeah. In the build, it shows.
Yeah, here's a good reference image. How there's a little
Right.
visual river.
Yeah. And then the 80 shows like the track. Yeah. So they're all on a track, and they move up and down. Because of the size, most likely it'll be like a 2-person task. Someone help you hold it. Also gravity. Sometimes it might fall, so like you need someone to kind of help you hold it. So it'll be a fun like 2-person game.
The small little tiny ones is how mom can be quiet in church. So they're gonna be really quiet.
This one is the digital highlighting the citizen portion of like visitors will explore the real lives and careers of state legislators, past and present. Each frame, each portrait will focus on one, but because it's digital, we can have multiples per screen. So it could change, it could rotate on a timer. We can focus on that. The 6 could be set for a specific time of day or anything like that, or time of the year. The frame is a physical frame that will cover the screen. So that's what the reference on the bottom left is. And then the slider will let you go from left to right. And then as you slide the little dot or drag this thing across, the portrait will change. So we'll add doodles through it. as you move, and it'll show you like, kind of like that reference in there is like, if you're a farmer or a rancher or something like that, we'll add those graphics to the portrait. We can change the image also, so if we need, maybe do that, so as to not edit the portrait, your official portrait. But then as you go to the end, at the end we'll have like an actual full-on story. Might be more text, there might be more images of like, this is what that real job is, besides being a state legislator. And then these are people like in your town, just regular folks. Yeah, so then this is a little bit of a breakdown of that. So like we have 6 screens, so we put maybe 6 to 12 as a day one thing, and then official portrait, just and then I'll write up describing the real job or career.
Isn't this digital as new elections happen and?
Yeah.
And that'll be an easy thing for you guys to update.
Or as new stories come up from previous past legislators that seem interesting, we can add those in. So that's an example of a really simple one. That's a really simple user flow, but then this finding common ground digital that's in front of the dais, like Nigel was saying, that one is more elaborate. We want to put visitors in your feed, make them feel like what it's like to be a legislator, and then we'll create this. It's a role-playing, immersive sort of storytelling game where like they'll play out scenarios where they are a legislator and they're listening, they're having debates and listening to constituents and having committee hearings, and you sort of role play that. There'll be characters or constituents within this scenario, and then you get to listen to what they think. And the visitor as a legislator eventually will have to make a decision. And they'll take a vote, and then they'll learn how compromise, and it's part of the foundation of the legislative process. So we'll basically walk them through scenarios. They get to pick what scenario they want to like play out. This is a 2-player exercise, so that's what we're trying to put them face to face. It's like both users will play out the same scenario. So one could be a state rep and one could be a state senator, and then we'll sort of go through this debate together. And then we'll decide. Yeah, so these are the pieces of it. To be a legislator, which is technically their visitor, and then constituents, which will be, if you play video games, like they're not NPCs, they're non-playable characters. And then storylines will, some of the things that we're working with our writer to create, they're based on state issues, so they might scale up some things from current concerns, but that's where our core team will do.
That's another good thing about it being digital. So if there's becomes something that's maybe a little hairy that we don't want to actually have, we can switch it up. Not that that ever happens, but.
And we can updatability is like the same thing. We can continue adding stories and create new stories and scenarios as time goes on.
Any questions about the legislative branch station? That's ridiculous.
Oh, sorry, smiles.
Okay. Okay, executive branch. Turn the corner. And we've got a wide range of interactions and content here as well. The life cycle law continues across the top. The wall graphic in the back leans into a combination of the governor's office, as well as other elements around like the stairs going back and forth, suggesting all the different agencies that work together and play off of each other. We've got graphic panels, and then the executive desk, which we showed you that drawing of earlier, that showed you how that's going to be finished and what that looks like. This agency cabinet with all these different doors. This interactive, which is a bookshelf kind of interactive, and then the Your Turn station with the passport stamp at the end. laying out how that experience is balanced between the analog and digital. We've got a nice range here as well, a really robust digital experience on the desk, but there's a really strong analog component to that as well. And then a fascinating sort of simple engagement interactive here on the bookshelf, as well as these analog moments. Just to look at the drawing in more detail, background. We're actually doing a sketch of an actual door that's in the building, but in a sketch comic book form. It's going to live on top of the door that's in there. That obviously we can't get rid of because it's an emergency exit door or a second exit, but we want to make it at least incorporate it into the room and make it feel like it's not a interloper. All right. Start to look at the graphics. Similar interaction here on the analog table. The use of the icons, simple lines, the gestures of the way that the edges and stuff are going to be finished off. The inclusion of both graphics and evils.
I guess I got a question a little bit. In the legislative one, you said that they were constitutionally derived, but so is the judiciary and the executive branch. And I didn't know whether it would be, appropriate just to do something about the Constitution and then kind of lay that out necessarily, because I don't think you need to have the Constitution in all three areas, but.
Yeah, we are setting, we're absolutely 100% correct. Yes, we're setting that up at the Welcome Central Station.
Right.
Where we tell our tour students that each one of these branches is established through the Constitution, and we mentioned the article that related to that particular establishment. And then that's why one of the small interactions at the beginning of each one is that article, just to keep underlying the fact if they didn't hear to the Central Station that this is derived from.
Because I was in the legislature, but you have a huge thing about the Constitution, in the legislative thing, but it's necessarily diminished in the executive and the judiciary.
We'll make sure it is in the content outline. We'll make sure that it's in there.
Okay, all right, I know.
I got you.
On your executive branch wall, do you have a short, simple explanation of our 5 electeds and that it's basically election by committee?
Yep. Yeah, and then a more deep, in-depth dive in this executive desk. So those are graphic panels.
Not every instance.
Just
Still is going to be.
I'm just thinking about the executive panels, and there again, you could get very, very detailed, but I do think that some of the lesser agencies and the work they do might be a little bit more flavorful and attractive to the audience that we're dealing with here. And I'm just thinking about water and even fish issues and agriculture at a little bit lower level. Our 5 electeds, obviously they oversee a great deal, but you kind of got to get down in here to get to some of the things that I think our 4th graders would be the most interested in.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, we do have a
Yeah.
section for what agencies do and interactions.
in fact, this cabinet, this agency cabinet, I've been calling it. Each one of those doors is about one of the different agencies. So right now there's like 42 doors on there. So we don't know if we're include all 49, but all those ones, the ones that might be, did you call the lesser agencies? All of those will be included in that space. So the ones that we really think will capture the imagination, we want to make sure that they have a little moment there where they can open that door and learn that little gem about that particular agency. On there. So
100 of them then.
Yeah.
100, not 49? Why did I say 49?
Don't know.
Well, this can be a really big cabinet.
There's 98 agents. A lot of them are very small.
Yeah.
It's in
That
the
would be cool.
90s, but each district court has their own.
Oh, okay.
So I think as we determine which ones we're gonna show, we do like the idea of this makes you feel like there's a point of belonging. So if some of the more niche agencies, that maybe don't, so the broader audience, but there's gonna be somebody that means a lot to. So we wanna make sure that we're represented.
What would be interesting, I think, from my perspective, is that you always have this interaction with the federal government. But there's a little constitutional amendment that says that the federal government's only gonna do what the states can't, or what the people can't. Is that the 10th? Yeah, I think so. But anyway, that it would be interesting for kids to get that perspective of what the US Constitution says. Because then they'll say, well, how come the federal government is doing this to us or for us? There's a lot of, I'd say, blurring of the lines from the top down. And it'd be, just having that background, of course, you're probably gonna have the Bill of Rights, I think, someplace, and some of those things are not.
Well, I think in the Constitution interaction, that might be the closest to show, here's what's different about Wyoming Constitution versus the US Constitution.
Yeah.
I think it gets into that line of how deep do we wanna go, and making sure that we keep it at a certain level, but I like where you're going.
Yeah, that particular amendment is I think a big concern with Wyoming because of the overreach of the federal government on the land within Wyoming. And then the overreach of other states not allowing us to ship our products outside of the country or interstate, which had the Commerce Clause, and it's just basically ignored.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just kind of a, I know, basically, I don't think 9-year-olds can understand that, but I don't know, there's always a way to put an idea out that necessarily isn't exactly word for word, because they might not understand it, but circumstances.
Right, or metaphors that help explain it. Yeah.
And Madam Chair, we might put back in front of you, just as a refresher, you might remember you approved a content outline for this space. And part of the coloring of each wall will be, I might have to help me remember the order, but it'll be one panel is, say, red across the room, and it's for each branch. What do they do? And that'll be the very basic level. The legislative branch makes laws and appropriates money. And it'll have Article 3 of the Constitution. And then it'll have who does this job. So for example, in the executive branch, it'll talk about the 5 statewide electeds. It'll talk about state agency staff. And then the how do they do that? And then that gets into the mechanics of, say, in the legislative branch, how does a bill become a law? Why is it important to debate these issues? So each wall has a color that will go through the what, how, who. I can't remember what we all have, but that's what those arch symbols are. So that the students, as they go through, start having a connection to color being the what you do, how do you do it? And that's, again, to try to keep this tight and simplified, cover the every single one of these. No branch of government can exist without constitutional authority. So it's to really ground students in those fundamentals. And for Department of Ed, they have then correlated those messages to the state standards.
So I can't wait to require that each of our new legislators would spend about 2 hours. Also, I want to encourage the I to send this back to the Beltway, if you would, to all the members of Congress. So just this.
We'll send them a personal invite.
You're right.
The fly through.
Excellent. I keep seeing dings for someone on the chat, so could someone make sure we're not missing anything there?
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, so
I keep getting confused about that green box. It shows up all the time.
the green.
And why is it green?
It's
Is that an ottoman or?
because we want. You're right. I should have picked different colors here. The goal there is just to remind us how these things are going to be finished on the edges and stuff like that. Since it's hard to
Like that green box.
No, it's colors. Here's the build for the executive desk. How that works. The touchscreen is on the top of the desk. And then these drawers are actually functioning, and they'll pull out, and inside will be a different artifact. And the artifacts will be connected to a different, one of the different elected officials. So you can take that artifact out of the desk and place it on the screen. I won't say anything else because I've already talked over Amelia's stuff before. But I took the best part.
Yeah.
You still.
And there's the cabinet with. And then here's the build for that bookshelf, interactive, which Amelia will make really exciting for you. And then, here you go. So you didn't say a thing.
So visitors will learn about who our elected officials are by opening those drawers, like Nigel said. And inside the drawer, there'll be more than just the object that we're gonna place on the table. There'll be maybe an artifact that you cannot move, or an image, or like a little panel that maybe explains to you what this is. And then you'll grab this object that represents the governor or the treasurer. And then this object will will probably have a base of some sort. So it'll be a representation of an artifact, not the actual artifact. And then that, because we're in this whimsical land, it might be bigger than normal. So like a pen, for example, or something like that might be larger than normal. And then we'll place this on the table, and then the table will react. If you leave it alone, maybe the content will come out. There'll be an animation, some fun thing, like another doodle that comes to life on the table, and then it tells you like that's the governor's thing. And there'll be options for you to select, like who's the governor? And if you touch that, then it'll tell you this is who he is. This is his short little bio. But then what does he do? And then if you touch that, then it'll animate out, it'll transform, and then it'll reveal now this is what his role is. And then tell me a fun fact about the governor, and then maybe you hit that, and then that changes again, and it'll transform, and it'll tell you like maybe some historical thing or some fun fact about a governor from the 1800s, something like that. So you can do that with all of these drawers, and then take out for all 5 elected officials. And then the really cool part about this, I think, is when you grab another one and you put it on the table, it'll give you this option to see like, what do these two folks do together? How do they collaborate? So if you touch that in between them, then this sort of animation will happen, and it'll create, I keep calling it a Venn diagram of some sort, that'll grab these 2 objects, draw circles around them or something, and then it'll tell you like these 2 collaborate and create these things. Like they pass this, or they look at the budget, or they look at these things that maybe you don't know. And kids probably don't have no clue what happens at that level. So that'll be super cool to see. And then you can keep, taking things on and off. And then we're trying to hide Easter eggs and all these things too. So like the doodles that come up behind every section might be something that they haven't seen before, or they saw it in the wall maybe, like Nigel was talking about, like the governor's office that's on the wall graphic might come back up again on the table. So like there's these things that we can tie together. But yeah, it's a much more fun way to learn what the executive does.
Smiles and nods. Oh, you can see.
I guess. Yeah, so then this is a breakdown of what pieces that we're gonna, like how this whole thing sort of works together. Next.
Madam Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, is there a plan in the ongoing for these digital interactives for our staff to be able to update that content, or like the Capitol staff? So I'm just thinking, like, there's the baseline here telling the story, but there's an opportunity for like the special boards, the special things that are going on like right now that are current, they could speak to, hey, the superintendent and the governor are working on X project right now. But that would take consistent updating, and I just didn't know if there was funding or a plan built in for that.
Yeah, I'm looking a little bit at to see, but yes, I'm not sure that there would be any. I think there's certainly going to be contemplated updates so the materials doesn't become stale. But I don't think this would be anticipated to be updated as much as like the kiosks are, with more sort of initiatives and stuff. And I would be somewhat concerned about how you would pick which things would be featured anyway.
Yeah, no, Madam Co-Chair, yes, a great question, and we haven't talked at that level. We've certainly talked about updating the kiosks, and that CMS seems very user friendly. So something to consider, depending on what level.
I think all of these will be part of the CMS.
I think so too. So it could just be adding a template of the ability to have a template page that you can add more copy or
Yeah.
and an image to or something. So we'll look and see if that can be included or not.
Great, yeah, thank you.
This don't necessarily need to be updated just when new elections happen, so
Oh, absolutely, great.
the governor will suddenly change to.
Yeah.
Or if we find, or, there inevitably, we're gonna put out something that is way more popular than we thought, and we're gonna put out something that totally falls flat and we all thought it was great.
Yeah.
And so I think there definitely will be opportunities there.
That we're in our approach to content, we've focused more on helping kids to understand how to be engaged and how the process works, as opposed to trying to bring up controversy. So we don't want them to focus on controversial topics. We want to focus on how does this work? How can I participate? So those are the stories we lean into as we develop scenarios for the different interactives. Some of them will be completely silly, help, or maybe completely silly, but help to make an accessible way into the content as well. So by saying that, I mean that means that doesn't have a strict shelf life. So something that's tied to a very hot topic might get your motors running, but it wouldn't necessarily help you to learn the process and how to be engaged. Whereas something that's focused on something that makes you smile and engage, just right with the experience right away, will help you to learn how you can be involved.
All right, now I think one of the things that is exciting for me to think about is that the foundation that this will give the students who visit, and then throughout the day, you would hope that they might go upstairs to one of the chambers and hear a debate going on an issue that, oh yeah, that's what was talked about downstairs. I think all of them have teachers who accompany, and the teachers can pick up on, what do you think is one of the more current policy issues that the legislature is dealing with right now? That kind of ties in with what so I think I'm really excited about the lab. I think it's gonna be a great experience.
It's really coming together. One comment I have, and I'll put this in file stage 2. But with some of the fun graphics, which I think we're all totally loving. And I'm trying to look for a graceful way to say this. It's all the very fancy capital, but the other 99.9% of the executive branch doesn't work in the Capitol. In fact, literally, how many people does the governor have working there?
Oh my goodness.
30, 40, and there's 8,000 state employees. So I'm just maybe pulling in just a few like Hirschler building. I mean, I don't want to say like, put some boring drop ceilings in there where the rest of us are. But does that make sense in that the executive branch, again, a minute fraction of the work the executive branch is doing happens in the Capitol. So of course, we're at the Capitol. Let's focus on the Capitol, but it's not all there is.
Yeah. I would love to get some reference, when you're doing that policy, if you have some reference ideas of what we could reference for the illustrations. I'd make another point too, though, is that they're gonna be in this building, so they'll see what this kind of building looks like. And the approach to this doodle sort of illustration of it is to make that ornate, beautiful building more accessible. make it feel more
Normalized.
normalized.
Good.
So it kind of balances a little bit, but that's not to say I'm very happy to incorporate other elements.
And DI might be focusing on what the state agencies do next, but that was part of the thought of that if you open a drawer or open a door, that you might get to see, say, a game and fish person working in the field,
Yeah.
or maybe there would be a, you know, maybe the Hirschler building could be one of the.
That's what I'm thinking,
focuses,
maybe.
Well,
That's
this
good-
could be
that's
your
good.
cubicle.
Aim high.
I mean, the Hirschler building is very aesthetic, so maybe
Yeah.
again,
Well,
I'm
there's
not.
the Thyra building now, there's. You know, sometimes the YDOT facilities can look pretty exciting, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot of.
Yeah, our
heavy
YDOT
equipment,
facility
things
is
going on.
That's where our office is at, is at the White Eye
Yeah,
office.
the tourism office is awesome.
Oh, that is a good one.
There might be some.
Yeah. Let me know, and we'll, as I said, the illustrations are part of the review process. It's not something that we need to affirm, so it's on right now. So we wanna get those right.
No, you bring a good.
Base color that. Okay, and this is for the, I think the second to last interactive?
We go through the books.
Yeah.
Alright, so the citizen work, this is one that we took out. In the role of the citizen, we pulled out this part of what can you do as a citizen? And then we created this bookshelf, so like Nigel mentioned earlier, all these books will come out of the bookshelf. They're larger than normal books. They'll come out, they won't come out like you cannot just pull it all the way out. They'll come out enough like a panel that comes out of the bookshelf, and the cover and the back cover, there'll be write-ups and content about what can you do if you take a certain subject. And we're kind of scaling up. Each book is a subject in school. The spine will have a fun title, so then when you pull it out, you're like, oh, I didn't know that was math. It said something quirky on the spine. But then that's part one, that's the analog part of it. The digital part of it, it's the buttons underneath it. You can select, if you push one of these buttons, they'll light up. So we'll let you light up to 3. And then once you do that, you can click underneath that, there's a print, like a little paper that's coming out. It's a print, we'll have a label that'll say like, find your fit. And then if you hit that button, it'll print out like jobs that you can do in government. Related to the branches, the subjects that you chose. So we'll have a database that is sort of combining all these things. Ideally, there's some things that overlap, so then those jobs are like specialized to the point where like, and then you get those out, and then you're like, this is your fun takeaway. These are the things that you could do. You're not just voting. You could actually be part of the executive and work in one of these agencies and do these really fun jobs that you didn't know existed. Yeah.
Okay,
That's kind of user flow there.
okay, let's, I misspoke, we have a whole other wall. How much time do we have? We have
You have
20.
20 minutes.
Oh,
I still
okay.
need to get to 42 history.
Oh, yeah.
No pressure.
The judicial branch, we are gonna fly by that because there's a whole awesome space down the street. But we are gonna talk about it in enough detail for people to whet their appetite, but also understand the role as it relates to all the other branches of the government as well. There's also a passport checkoff for that, and the graphic in the background is based on the historic Supreme Court. This next wall, separation of powers, talks about that exact thing, and there's a couple of interactives, both a couple of digital and one significant analog interactive, as well as the passport checkoff station. And that kind of shows you the balance of those, the strong digital interactive here in the middle, these 2 analog ones. This is kind of got a digital component to it. See how that plays out. Here's the backdrops, the historic chamber. And then for the separation of powers, we've set up a chess game in the rotunda. Sort of fun visual. So here's that graphic panels for the judicial branch. Here, using some of those same interactives, so that's where you're seeing it twice. And these indicate some micro interactives, and these will be formatted like like an infographic that helps you to understand the different courts and how those are related to each other. And then above that here interactive will be a panel that talks about separation of powers. And then below that, and next to that will be another panel talks about checks and balances with a digital touchscreen interactive that helps you to understand and explore that. And there's a green box on there just to know I represent Nichols. And then let's talk about the gear interactive.
So this, we're trying to represent how government functions a little bit. So there will be 3 on the wall, 1 representing each branch. Those will be the biggest ones. And then in the bin, there'll be different size ones. There'll be that represent each, we'll have a label and we'll doodle on them, representing like what does each branch do. So each, be to pass bills, appropriate budget, all those little things that will be on there. And then the idea is that you build this puzzle, pulling up powers and trying to put them in next to the branches that belongs to. And then like the pegs might be different shapes. So then you cannot put something in a certain spot because the pegs belong to certain branches. And then once you put all this thing together, then you turn the crank and then maybe it'll move. Maybe it won't move. We don't know. If it does move, great. But the idea is that like there might be some that might jam this thing. That doesn't mean it doesn't work. It just means this is what happens. So the goal with the different sizes and the different powers is that to create that balance of, to create that sometimes if you put it all together, so they're not, you're at no point the goal is to have like an empty bin. We wanna, like, you can mix and match these things so then it'll potentially function. And then we're using the word, like, we're saying functioning government in the description, but like functioning government could be like the big jams and then it still lights up. But it's just, but the things that you put on the wheel, the gears that you put on will sort of translate that message, because the labels that will be on there will tell you, oh, this thing got vetoed, this thing got called unconstitutional. That's why it kind of stopped. But if you do like pass, sign, and then you put those on there, the thing sort of moves smoothly and you're like, oh, that was a different sort of process that worked out. And it still lights up and you're like, oh, okay. That was a completely different thing just happened. And then that supports what the interactive does, which it's a more role-playing storyline based thing that goes through that same process. Next one. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this one it's 3 screens. The difference between this one and the one in the legislative is that each user plays its own game within the screen. They're not competing, they're not waiting, you're not waiting somebody, the 3 of us are not playing the same scenario. We're picking a scenario and I'm playing it in my little screen. The idea is that you're gonna represent a branch. So when you go up to the screen, it'll tell you like, this is the executive screen, this is the legislative one, this is the judicial one. You can change it, but that's where we want you to start, at least. We'll let you confirm that you wanna be that, and then you get to go through this sort of role play of this is what the executive does. When we're trying to go through, let's say, complete a certain task. So the scenarios will be based on tasks. This is one of those where like we might be a little simpler. We won't go that high level in like the legislative one is with like state issues that are very complicated. This might be a little more fun. But we'll still have, you as the executive might play a role and you might have decisions to make. I support this bill or I don't, or I don't want to sign this, I'm gonna veto it. So that's your decision points. But then as you make those, the other branches will react, and the other branches in your little scenario are non-playable. So there'll be passive moments where like, because you support it, the legislative does too. Or maybe they don't. Depends on what happens. And then so then you'll see that on your screen like, oh, the legislator says, nah, I don't think so. And then you'll have a reaction to that, like, what do you think now? And then you have another choice to make, and then it'll keep moving. It'll go now to the judicial, and then judicial will have on the screen it'll show you like they agree that it's constitutional, all great, or so and so. So then it's a quicker way to sort of move through this life cycle of a law or a process. Our goal is to have different ones, so it's not always gonna be like just passing a bill. It might be these other powers that the branches have. So we'll see how that plays out in different scenarios. Yeah. So this is a quick sort of user flow of what I just walked through. And then the last one is the role of citizen, and it's that safe door. We want our visitors to the end to be like, you're very important in this role. You play a very important part here. So you're gonna see there'll be dynamic messaging on the reflection, so we'll come up with a few messages that will be on the inside the safe door. So when you open it, you'll see your reflection. There'll be a mirror, and then there'll be a message that will come on. The message will reinforce this role of the citizen that we're trying to convey across the entire space. You can go to the next one. That's the build, and then yeah. So the idea is that every time you open it, it'll reset and it'll give you a different message. So like one kid could stand and then open it and it's like, oh, and then it'll close. You don't have to close it all the way. We'll set it so like it'll just hits a certain point and it'll reset and you open it back up. So then the next little group can open it, and then maybe it's 3 of them and then it's a different message. We'll try to so we're trying to keep the designs style the same, so message will feel like they're doodle in the mirror. So, but they'll be digital, so they'll light up. It won't be like you got, hand drawn on the mirror. It'll be a pleasant surprise, I think.
And that's it.
Also a
How much time do we
photo
have?
moment.
In 10 minutes, we
10
can go back to portraits of
Oh, that's
history,
right.
but I
Are there
think-
any questions before we jump out?
Yes,
Just a quick question, that space, does it have similar pop outs and alcoves, so to speak, as this room does on the walls? Like, these, I don't know what these are.
There are not as many as in here, but and those have been accounted for in our
Okay.
layout. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
One in the first wall.
Yeah, there's one on that first wall that just as you go in the door, and then there's one on the executive wall, and that
Okay.
one's kind of awkward, but we
Is that
figured
gonna
out a way around.
impact furniture
What?
place? Is that gonna impact furniture placement?
It has, but we've worked around it,
Okay.
so, yeah, yeah. There's also a thermostat we'll need to kind of play with as well. It's just a terrible place, but.
You always are. That's pretty common. There's always a column somewhere where we don't want a column, but you have to embrace it.
Good, watch out.
The object is the way. So I think, yeah, we went through a lot. A lot of that was giving you updates to review, so to see the direction of the wall graphics, but not necessarily the final wall graphics. The analog interactives, really conceptual for the digital interactives. Things that we are looking for approval on are that graphic panel design system, kind of that expanded style guide that we started off with. So a lot of nods on there, not a lot of disagreement. So I'm sensing that we're good there. The furniture builds and styles, so that green box that kind of shows what that style is, but for all the furniture builds, we're looking for approval there, as well as those micro interactive types. So how you pull and all the different versions that we showed there. Those are things that we do need to move into production for as we continue to work on content and digital.
I'm really liking everything I've seen, knowing we'll have a chance to comment on little stuff we see, but the general direction I'm feeling very comfortable with.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited. I feel really good about it, so.
It's got a really great energy. It's a lovely counterbalance to what we're doing in the Portrait of History room, which is really sort of elevated and feels like this cool little gallery moment. And this has got all this energy and playfulness and makes you curious, makes you want to find out about this stuff. I like the way that's playing off.
you know, I was joking around a little bit about fellow legislators could spend some time in there and probably learn something. But that's what I like about the way the room's looking. I think it's inviting to all ages,
Yeah.
not just our fourth graders that obviously we want to take good care of them, but that's what kind of excites me. I think there's something for everyone in there. It'll be fun for everyone to walk in the room, I think. That, I mean, I'm hoping that old people can go in there too.
You're allowed.
Depends how tall you are.
They're allowed.
I require.
It's a restriction you're getting.
I'll let you. Gonna take a super quick break, come back, hopefully get that video loaded, and we'll be running a few minutes behind. Good plan?
Thanks,
Okay.
everyone.
Thank
Thank you.
animation in my
So I wanted to sort of.
No, that was
Down on that.
that was, yeah.
But you are gonna be doing some of that, right? I didn't wanna be like.
yes, yes, yes.
it's not
No,
like
that
you
was-
Remember like.
Yes. No, you're totally correct.
Guiding the.
Oh my God.
Okay. The good news is that we have the video working and ready to go. The bad news is that we can't, that we're having technology difficulties and it won't, the audio is not working on YouTube. However, Representative Sherwood, you should have the video in your inbox, and for everyone else, it is gonna be in file stage again. So go ahead and let's see it.
So that's the culmination of a lot of decisions that you guys have made over the last several months. Really excited about how it's turning out. Like Nigel had said earlier, but as a reminder, the audio still needs to be finessed. So the music is a little hot. That's industry terms, aren't I? Trying to be as cool as the creative guy. So we'll get that mixed just. Otherwise, we're really excited about this, the final one. So this was number 3 of 3.
Yes, and Madam Chair, members of the committee, this will be sent over file stage and you'll have a week to review if there is anything specifically that you still would like to see tweaked. So this is the second round, as Jace said earlier, it's the fine cut. They'll do one more round of edits and then it'll be the final cut that we're working on getting this installed for this summer.
I would say that the voiceover is final. So if there are, that would be something that would take a step back and would be a change order if we needed to do that. But audio, visual, small tweaks would be the thing to be looking for.
Just curious.
You're saying that we can't change some of the word.
You can, there's just a cost that comes with it because we would have to bring back that voice talent and re-record them.
Do you have a script of what he's reading?
Yeah.
Can you send that?
Sure can.
Have you ever seen this? Just out of curiosity.
Mr. Chairman, yes, the script, as you may recall, was put out on file stage for your review. At that time, Betsy Anderson, Deputy Chief of Staff, had gone over it with the governor. They made some requested edits during that file stage review process that you all participated in, and those were incorporated in this rendition. There were some that were not incorporated because DI is trying to keep it into a tighter time frame. So there were some more details that would have been great to include, but I think we're already going over 90 seconds is the sweet spot, and I think we're at almost 3 minutes now on this one. So.
Well, it's spectacular work. I think it's really terrific.
Is the actual painting is in the governor's signing room, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's kind of misleading at the end. It talks about the Wyoming, the credits at the end. No, wait, I'm not an art person, but if there was an art with a bullet hole in it, I'm gonna go see it. And this kind of directs me to maybe go over to the archives or the museum to try to find it at the end versus, it never says where the painting's actually located.
Because it can move. That's the.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was just about to say, yeah, so depending on governor's preference, it might, I mean, it's not permanently located. I love it. Not permanent, nothing's permanent in museums. But yeah, so that could be tricky to mention in the video, knowing that the video is gonna be up for a while, but
Well, it's just at the end, like the very end credit, it makes it almost appear like it's whoever has the big credit thing at the top of the painting is where it makes me think that's where I need to go look for it.
Is there a CMS on this?
It's
Yeah,
not a
you could
CMS.
almost do
so
that
you'd have-
on the wall next to it or something, if you didn't wanna have to re-record or
Yeah,
get your talent back to redo that piece, but that's a good point, and it is something that subcommittees talked about before, that sometimes that's not available to people. So you don't really get to see it, this is the only place you.
And I think that's fine. I just think it's misdirected at the end, that if I was watching this and it says it's at the archives, I'm probably gonna go over to the State Museum to try to find this painting. That maybe it needs, I don't know if there's some,
Yeah.
I don't know, but like, it's just like you go to the Buckhorn Barn in Laramie, not because the Buckhorn Bar is a great bar, it's because it has the bullet hole in the thing. I mean, it's just, people are gonna look for bullet holes.
Madam Chair, I wonder, is it a consideration to have two different ending slides? I'm just thinking, so while it's in the signing room,
yeah,
that's the ending slide, but then if it comes off,
it could be,
we
see,
have an alternate
see the
Yeah.
tour
to
guide.
switch out.
The other issue is I don't know that the signing room is anticipated to be open. So that's,
Yeah.
so I don't know,
I think the archive statement is intended to be generic, really. I mean, it belongs to the state now, and it just happens to be here.
I think it's also connected to what we're supposed to give credit to the lending institution that allowed us to use it in here, so that's right, if to honor their
I don't know if it's
contribution.
just because it was bigger or there's just a reason it stuck out. I was like, oh, I thought that was in the signing room.
Could be, could you?
it is, but yeah, it may not be, and it may not be accessible at any given time.
Well, it's an amazing piece of work, and you really gonna enjoy that. Very cool.
We'll talk internally about some options to address that. It's a good thought.
So we have some bling, or these are very cool samples just for us to look at that will be in the gallery, and these are just sort of as an injection, right?
Yep. Madam Chair, members of the committee, so these are the samples that have gone through a couple of different rounds of revisions with your core team. We're feeling comfortable with the level that they are, so they're right there for your looking. The one item that is not in the room but kind of fun for you to see is that foam gold bar that will be in the stage vault. That is the number one thing your students ask for, and so that's what's on the table that is not part of the version history room. So to see the wallpaper.
Looks like it needs a bow on it.
You probably arrange that. The curtain, the frame, the wood paneling matches the finishes, and then the ceiling tile that will be replaced. Wendy, is there anything else you'd like to add about those? Oh, the button, you guys can look to see what the button that the visitors will press to actually start the video.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the only thing I would add is that These are, you've seen these images that DI has up on the screen right now. So these are the physical samples. So you have essentially approved them in 2D. So now you have them in 3D. And this is the meeting that we would ask for your final approval, because DI will need to start procuring this material to be able to construct essentially the stage, so to speak, that will become the portraits of history. So that vault down on the East Garden level will truly be transformed by this, and the intention, and you may remember the renderings Nigel did, where it will look like a Victorian, late 1800s Victorian theater.
Do we need a formal motion and approval, or just absent objection?
I think either way, it's fine.
Any preference?
I think absent any deep concerns, I like where we're headed.
I do too.
I think it's gonna be a big feather in the bottom.
And Madam Chair, maybe just one more item that's important from a historic preservation standpoint, and this may be we'll start turning to acoustics next, is everything that is going to be placed in that east vault will essentially be rigged, and it would be reversible. So it does meet any historic preservation standards regarding reversibility of treatments. And the materials, even down to the wood, Carly Wood will be constructing a cherry wood area where there's a bump out to look like a column. That column will in fact mimic and be historically sympathetic to other wood profiles and columns in the building.
So just one quick question that we dealt with over the last 2 years when we began to talk about this area. Are there any concerns about sound still, or are we okay?
We're doing a number of things. I feel a little out of school here, but
Yeah, the expert right there.
but the bump outs where the screens are gonna have a sound panel to help absorb sound. The curtains themselves will help to do that, the cover and floor. These tiles are actually sound, they have a sound buffering element to them. And then we have very specific directed speakers above each one of the 3 screens that kind of have a funnel, a cone, of sound going down to, you have to be standing in front of it to really hear it. You can hear the kind of muffled results of it, a few feet away, but to get it, which is why we can have two paintings right next to each other, and people have 2 completely different experiences and hear 2 completely different things within a yard of each other.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
And it also preserves the sanity of those people in the offices around the corner as well.
Okay, so are we ready to move on to acoustics?
I think just to underscore that, that's kind of the formal approval of where we're headed with this. So if there's any concern, we can raise them now, because we're gonna move forward.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate everybody's time.
All right, we are running a few minutes behind, but we are moving on to it.
Yep, and let me pull up presentation.
And Madam Chair, while Zach's pulling that up, I'll just do kind of a quick introduction, and I may lean a little bit on Brandon too. But Zach is with Trainer HL, who is the architectural firm that you may recall was hired to design the acoustical remedies for this space. I believe he's joined online by Todd also from Trainer HL, and I'm not sure if John Hodgkin, is he on from Avant? Okay, great. John is on, and is Kellen on from Henderson? So basically you have a full component of architects, acoustical engineers and mechanical engineers that have participated in the project to date. We are at 50% design. The 50% design is based on direction of this subcommittee over the past year or so.
Yep.
So it looks like Zach is ready to go, and I'll turn it over to him.
Yeah, so thanks for having us again, this subcommittee meeting. Excited to show you some of the progress that we've done since our last scoping set that we did in December with you guys. So just, we'll start off by going through a brief overview of what we've done to date, including our project charter, which has been shown here in these meetings since the very beginning of our involvement in this acoustics project. So just to reiterate, first, we're trying to do as little harm to the existing structure as possible, not negatively impacting the space as best we can. And like Wendy had mentioned, we are following the Secretary of Interior standards, the standards for preservation. So anything we do should be reversible. So not only are we trying to match the context that the treatment is going in, but we are making sure that we aren't damaging the existing fabric of this room. And then, of course, through this whole process, we're trying to balance acoustics with budget, and that's a three-way balance, which I'll get to in a future slide in a bit more detail. But all of this to say, we're doing what we can to respect the building and improve the space so that the public and the legislators and everybody that's involved in government work can use it more efficiently and conduct government business more intelligibly for the acoustics in the space. So we're looking here again at the balance between budget, quality, and scope. You'll recognize many of these slides that we've been presenting since 2023. So here again, we're looking at where the funding's coming from, what the quality of acoustics is, and how we're managing that through reducing mechanical noise, adding absorption through ceiling and wall treatment, as well as reinforcing the sound through speaker systems. Now, you will remember last year in April, we released a report that documented all of our findings from Avant, who did acoustic testing and recommendations, then to R and Henderson's recommendations on how we can actually implement that into these spaces. So we walked through both high priority and low priority spaces, identifying solutions that would improve the acoustics. Now, out of those recommendations, many of those had to do with acoustic treatment, mechanical modifications, and then sound reinforcement, as I mentioned. So we'll see these three things, and going into our workshop that we did last May, that was May 21st, we held a workshop here, showed you how we took that report and then tried to transition that into construction documents, which ultimately became the scoping set. So after that workshop, we took time to organize, start to gather our ideas on each space, and start to build that construction set, which began to become known as the scoping set, which kind of ended our design development phase. So we held a review for that document in December 17th. And from there, the scope of work and the sections of funding were established moving forward. So those sections were Section 1, major maintenance, Section 2, the broadcast studio, and then Section 3, which we've called sound absorption, but it's all the architectural wall and ceiling treatment. So Section 1, the major maintenance, this has been separated out into two different types of solutions. There's the identified replicable solution, which is the fan coil units that Henderson has designed, a solution that reduces the mechanical noise and fixes some of that excess noise that can accumulate in the space and make it difficult to work efficiently. And then we have some miscellaneous mechanical issues, which have to do with ducts, branches, and air velocity causing excess noise to build up. So Henderson's done a great job at detailing that all out in the section. We've had a couple architectural components there where we're replacing grills and moving them slightly. But since the scoping set, not much has changed in detail, well, in extent. We've added a lot of detail rather, and that detail has let us improve our cost estimating capabilities, and we'll see that as we get to the end of the slide and start looking at cost estimating across the whole project. So section 2, the broadcast studio. So this one, we have been coordinating with the LSO, Governor's Office, and PBS over the past couple months, holding meetings with them and bringing them through the design process, walking through iterations of design in both plan and in renderings and how the space functions and looks aesthetically. So one of the big developments has been this control room. So here on the left, you'll see the existing space, which has that smaller broadcast studio that's being worked in currently. It was a shell space left by the previous project. And in past presentations, we've shown a slight expansion of that, but not much going into it apart from some new walls, some acoustic considerations, and isolating that room so that sound doesn't transmit into that room and disrupt the quality of broadcasting. But here on the right, you can see how that's expanded even more. We are now including and designing a broadcast set that the LSO Governor's Office and PBS have been generous enough to help us design. We're walking through all their requirements and criteria to allow them to broadcast as best they can. So you'll see that the control room has ultimately taken out a couple of those workrooms in the existing space, but we've worked it out and been through many discussions with those stakeholders involved that the workroom that's remaining is going to be sufficient for the work that they do. And then the control room will allow them to do some of the function that they were doing in these workrooms in a better environment that has direct connection visually into the broadcast set. And where that benefits is now someone can be in the broadcast set controlling the equipment and everything for what's going on in the broadcast and be acoustically separate. So that's a pretty hefty wall that we've now included, separating those two with acoustic windows. And those will all be continued to be detailed and developed through this next phase of design. And
those are obviously not support walls.
No, so none of these are support walls. We do have a column in the bottom part of the room. You'll see that kind of in the middle of the white space on the right. That's an existing column that we are wrapping and keeping that fire protection that was existing at that column. But apart from that, all of these are just walls that aren't serving any structural capacity. They're just simply acoustic barriers. Ultimately.
So where is that column? And it's not something that you can remove, right? I mean, we're gonna have to live with that, but whereabouts is it on the right side over there? Right there.
On the right side, yeah, on the left side, you see it more clearly. The box is a little bit larger. All we're doing is shrinking that box,
Okay,
basically.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So this then is what we have begun to design for the broadcast set. The intention here is to respect the traditional design of the state capitol building and start bringing some of that design language into this set. We're keeping it at a neutral background so that any state department can use it, PBS included. The broadcast set can be manipulated as the broadcaster sees fit. You know, right now we're showing a simple interview with two people, whether that's interviewing legislators or someone else. But they're also going to have the ability to have a retractable screen that can drop down so we can have a face squared on view from the camera. The room's going to be adaptable, is what the end goal is. This is one of the design iterations we went through with them. We had presented multiple options looking at how we can angle the walls differently to put more focal points on different monitors. This is just the accumulation of all those conversations and where we are today.
So you can switch up if you want to hire chairs.
Yeah, podium, if you wanted to do a high chair, that's all things that we're working through. We currently are holding an allowance in the future bid set that will allow procurement of furniture items up to a certain amount in the project. And then all the equipment and AV stuff, Avant has provided a estimate for that and a narrative. And that was delivered as a part of our 50% set. Great.
I liked it.
Yep, thank you. So section 3, the sound absorption. Now this is where we deal with all the rooms in the Capitol building, looking at wall, ceiling, and drapery for sound absorption. Now this graph we've shown before, this chart, this is looking at the net impact of different acoustic remedies. So clearly the ceiling has the largest net impact out of the 3 considerations here, with drapery having the smallest amount of impact to the space. And that's why these 6 rooms here, we are primarily focusing on just ceiling treatment. We had looked at wall treatment for some of them, but after looking at the impact on the space and invasiveness of both visually and architecturally and how that impacts cost, we're recommending just doing ceiling treatment in these rooms. And looking at the ceiling treatment, we put together this small rendering to show what that would look like. So on the top photo, you'll see just the ceiling in the governor's ceremonial conference room without any treatment installed. And then on the bottom, to the best of our ability, we rendered out what that would look like with ceiling treatment installed. So what that looks like in detail is basically the ceiling treatment is installed to the existing ceiling. Nothing is taken out apart from the ceiling elements to be relocated or reinstalled in place. But the existing ceiling is left intact. So going back again to the Secretary of Interior standards, this is all things that can be removed in the future if need be done. But the approach here is that we're stepping back from the existing crown molding a set distance and then installing that acoustic treatment, which is about 2 inches thick. And so there you can see the line that's representing that thickness in this photo.
Zach, you indicated that's primarily what would be done with that room and some of the other ones that you have listed.
Yep.
Avoiding anything on the walls for now.
Correct.
What about some of the treatments we talked about in the appropriations room, for example, you know, the draperies or the, you know, in front of the dais or what? Can you expound on that a little bit?
So in the JAC room, the Joint Appropriations Committee room, here, this is one of the spaces where we are looking at wall treatment, actually just wall treatment, no ceiling treatment, because of the highly ornate decorative ceiling in this room with the decorative stenciling. So here, just the wall treatment, it is the same product used across all wall and ceiling treatments. That's been the case. But just to reiterate, that it would be the same installer doing both. It's the same system. The right now basis of design is Pyrock Star Silent. It's an acoustic plaster product that's set on a panel that is furred off the wall with sound insulating bat inside of the void, as you can see in the top right corner there. And in each of these spaces, we've taken lots of care to look at the existing woodwork and the context that we're putting this in. So here that woodwork there is taken is, it's derived from some of the existing boardwork that's in that room currently. And we do this in order to transition from that 2-inch thickness to the flat wall thickness. So that was one thing that we've developed since our scoping set. And then the other one, which we'll begin to see in some of these renderings that I'm going to show you, is a stencil design to help balance that wall to the ceiling. So looking at the whole room and composition, how can we take something that's so highly ornate above your head and start to balance the room out by looking at how we can treat these walls. So now looking at that in more detail, we've developed this stencil to the left based on the ceiling stenciling that exists in the room currently. Now how that was going to start looking here, this is looking at it in elevation with perfect colors taken from Sherwin-Williams to match what's there currently. So this is, I'm going to keep saying this is perfect world scenario right here on this image. So this is taking the RGB values from Sherwin-Williams and putting it in a colored region and showing how that looks graphically. Now that's going to be important to remember when we start looking at these renderings, because we're dealing with real world then in these photographs. So light conditions and how each of these paints reflect the light are going to impact how it looks. Then here is the inspiration for that. So if you look at the ceiling, the crown molding or crown stenciling is that light blue region with the trompe-l'oeil stencil on there. That you can kind of see as being the border of the entire ceiling. Then you work your way in, you start to get to that beading reel motif and then the lily motif with the snowflake stencils throughout the ceiling. Now taking that, driving it into a single panel, start looking at the perimeter of the panel being that light blue color matching the crown stenciling, and then working our way in with the same motifs present in the perimeter of the ceiling, with the corners accented by the snowflakes. So here's what that would look like rendered, and you may have seen this also on the wall over here. I've printed off and posted up prints of these renderings, which even on wall versus on the screen, you can start seeing how light is playing with these renderings. So ultimately, this is just an exercise to show you what it could look like. But really, it's going to be a balance between these two. It's not going to be as bright as what these pixels are showing. It's not going to be maybe as dark as what the matte print is showing. And that's where we just like to reiterate, anything that we're showing now, this is all flexible. What we're trying to do here is establish a solution based on the molding in the panel, and then looking at that decorative paint and how we can make you all comfortable with proceeding in this fashion. So once we get into construction, we get a contractor under contract, we'll be doing mock-ups. So we'll be visiting each of these spaces with these decorative paint schemes that we're recommending, and we can mock it up full scale with true color and start seeing how the light in that room impacts how it actually looks constructed. So
you take the appropriation through, since we kind of started there, and that's I think what is shown there on the screen. What's hard for us to know as a subcommittee is, do we get a bang for the buck and for all the work that's it's going to take to remodel those walls? You know, you'd hate to do all that work knowing that you can't do anything with the ceiling. Is that going to do us some good? Do you have a way? Have you?
Yeah, and
realize, you know, how far we can get with that?
yeah, so we've presented that before with a graphic showing the reverberation in the room with a line drawing, and then we had a target and our recommendation. And in each of these spaces, and while I don't have it right now on hand,
I remember we had that. I just couldn't remember if we didn't do any ceiling work, if it, you know, where that landed. And
yeah, so this brought us close to range for our target. within a comfortable range, I should say.
And Mr. Chairman, you might recall you made a decision earlier on, it typically wasn't both ceilings and walls. It was one or the other, and what Trainer was giving you early on was which do you prefer? That ceiling work is more invasive but less obvious, but in this room, you're left with only a wall treatment. And what Trainer has continually reminded Brandon and I, and especially me, as I've tried to say, can we cut that back a little bit? Is what you are seeing is the amount of acoustical material needed to make an impact in the space.
We also talked about 110 and 113 in that respect, and we remember we spent quite a bit of time committee on the ceilings in there too, and we've got columns in there. So I don't mean to re-plow ground, but we get questions about it, and is this all worth our effort? And you always want it to be. So
yeah,
appreciate it.
No, thanks for bringing up 110 and 113, because those are one of the spaces where early on we had shown potential for wall treatment and some drapery concepts there, but that's one of the ones where we started looking at that balance between ideal acoustics and budget. And that's why we're recommending just going with the ceiling in those two spaces specifically. Now the house chamber, so this is one of the ones where we are looking at both ceiling and wall treatment with some drapery. So on the right here, you can see the reflected ceiling plans showing the extent of the ceiling treatment to be installed, which is effectively across the entire gallery space, including above behind the bar, directly inside from the third floor corridor. Then we have a couple ceiling locations behind the bar that are to receive the ceiling treatment. And then on the bottom left, you can see our drapery at the bar detail. So this is that hung drapery that would go between columns at the bar. And so that is one that's providing some acoustic barrier between the bar and the floor of the chamber. But it also provides some visual blocking, and that helps just, and John can help reiterate this one too, but that's more of a psychological effect that it has on acoustics, where it's separating the floor from the lobby physically. And that's going to be a hung drapery, so it can be pulled back, tied off, or closed, depending on the use.
It was hanging from the inside of the bar.
Yes, from the soffit underneath between the columns. So on the furthest left detail there, you can see that gray space, that is the column. As it continues over to the left horizontally, that's that soffit piece, the underside of that entablature that we're looking at. How can we install there? And we're working with the structural engineer on coming up with a detail to adequately support any pulling and drapery load that would have on that.
Is the idea to remind me, is the idea to remove those glass panels that separate the area back there?
Right. The idea is to remove those glass panels. And you'll remember too, with those glass panels, we're also recommending that those be removed at the gallery. Somewhat similar reasons, but those are both blocking sound from traveling up to the gallery, preventing some direct sight lines for that sound to hit the audience, the public up there. But also it's a reflective back down to the floor. So removing those and installing railings to match the bronze railings that have been installed as a part of that past project, looking at installing those on top of the wood railing that is historic, will allow more sound to pass through and reach the audience. And you can see that in these elevations, although it's quite small on the screen. We all should have received the drawings and their completeness, so.
And Mr. Chairman, there's actually two different sets that you'll receive. One is the entire 50% design set. There's actually 3 different documents there that aren't related to costing information. Those will be posted onto the subcommittee's website. You'll also receive today's presentation. We're just having a little trouble getting it to you right now, so it'll be coming your way.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty significant piece. Zach, is the reason that I wanted to just go back over it to make sure the subcommittee remembers that last panel that separates those chambers has been around a long time, and so that's gonna be a change, Representative, for sure.
Is that where the media comes in to take photos, or that would be my other concern?
They generally come around the corner
Oh.
and shoot on the sides, you know, and but behind those 2 chambers is where that drapery that Zach's talking about is gonna be, and we eliminate that last panel. That's a pretty attractive thing that you can stand out in the lobby and at least see in there and see that so you would lose that a little bit. Like you said, you can draw those back. Just trying to visualize all that.
Yeah,
Big change.
thank you for that. Now, looking at the wall treatment itself, here you can see on the left, one of the existing upper panels. And then on the right, you see our details showing a section through the molding and wall treatment. And then on the bottom right, a concept showing some decorative paint styles that we have looked at. So here you can see how we developed this molding. We're looking at the molding of that upper panel and deriving a simpler version of it. So taking the outermost components of that molding and creating a new molding based on that. So that red line represents the extent of our new molding to be installed at the bottom lower panels. Then here is what rendering of that looks like in place in the house. So you can see the colors that have been taken from other parts of the room now applied to those wall treatment. The rosettes that you can see on the upper panels have been shown at the corners of the lower wall treatment as well. And then the upper wall treatment we're also proposing being added does not have the color scheme as at the bottom, but it has colors to match the wall that it's set on. So you'll see that flanking the corner there of the mural and how it blends in to the existing wall color.
Point out everything that has the 2-inch cover.
Yep. So look here, there's one, you got these all the way across the bottom, basically. So there's 4 and then 5 you can see in the lower portion of the room. Then right above here, you have one set inside of an existing panel that's keeping the molding that's currently in place and just installing the wall treatment within that space. And then on each side of the mural here, you have those upper panels, which have a slightly reduced molding around them, and they're painted to match the existing wall color. And that is the extent of the wall treatment in this room.
And are you including ceiling treatment?
So not above the floor, but above the gallery only.
And the ceiling actually already has it, but the issue is where you are at on the 2nd floor chamber level. That doesn't do much good for you, as much good.
And then at some point, if there are on the lower level or adjacent to on that upper back area. No.
Oh, here?
Yeah, right there. So you would just overlay the artwork essentially on top of that.
Yes, you could, although that would reduce the effectiveness of the acoustic treatment. All that glass and protecting the artwork is gonna act as a reflective surface, basically negating any benefit that that acoustic treatment would have.
And Madam Chair, we might have Zach zoom in on some of this. That is something they're looking at, is how do you make these panels decorative enough that they have a little bit of a feeling of art in the space. So you really could push this as far or as little as you want. They can either tend to blend in and just look like an architectural feature, or if you would like them to take more cues from the chamber stenciling, they can do that. So it's really, if you want these to be visually interesting to look at, that's part of what Trainer has started to do with the rosettes and some of the profiles, is just to give it more architectural interest on the chamber floor than what you're seeing with bare walls now.
Thank you, Wendy.
So going back to our prior discussions, thought that I recall discussing was in terms of the chambers, those would be the last thing that we do. What we want to do is test what we're doing in some of the in 113 or 110 appropriations room, just to have a feel for what we're doing. Right. That, you recall those conversations?
Yes, and Madam Chair, Representative Nicholas, we will talk a little bit cost estimating today. There is an increased price if you don't scope this as one project versus breaking it into smaller projects. It may also come down to timeline of how much, if anything, you can do this year versus next year. But that is something that right now your cost estimating contemplates that it's one project. So just, it absolutely can be broken up. That's just something to keep in mind.
I can guarantee you it's not going to be one project, because we're doing the two houses is going to be, that's going to be a decision that's going to be made by the floors, the respective bodies. It's not going to be us saying, this is what we're going to do. Because taking out that glass, for example, will be a big deal. Having a bunch of curtains in there so you can't see it through will be a huge deal. So I hate to even mention those at this point, just because those will probably be, they just won't be supported. So why would, you hate to go down a squirrel hole that we're going to lose before we get there.
I do understand where the representative is coming from. I think really this subcommittee, always our work has been to make the best recommendation we can. And it goes on up the scale from there. I do think that what we're looking at on the screen has to probably be one of the last elements that we recommend. And all we can do, those two bodies consider themselves to be pretty separate. And I'm not sure that I would favor allowing one chamber to do something and one chamber to do something else. I would hope that Management Council and SBC and all of the leaders would come together on something, but the representative's right. Those are major considerations for those two chambers. Glass partition and these panels on the wall, that's a tough one. I do think it would do some good. It would probably help the sound in there. So Zach, I don't know if that helps or not, but priority wise, that probably has to be at the end of the list, knowing that we're gonna have to consider those two chambers pretty carefully.
Yeah.
Well, if we see something in the other rooms that has a substantial impact, it'll go a long way from going to the next step.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, if we can help 110 and 113, and if we can help the appropriations room with some of the work we do, boy, that goes a long way.
So a lot of those same conversation points are gonna come up with the Senate, I'm sure, because a lot of these have the same treatment solutions shown. So again, here since our scoping set, we've developed a decorative paint scheme for this room as well. And we're also, like the House chamber, looking at the railing and some drapery. The differing point between the two is that here we're looking at drapery at the gallery, whereas at the House we were not, just due to the existing architecture. Here, the arched openings at the gallery presented an opportunity to install drapery between the openings. And what that does, as we've mentioned in past discussions, is it prevents sound from traveling to that ceiling and reflecting and start reverberating in the gallery space. And what that allows us to do is not install ceiling treatment there. And in not installing ceiling treatment in the gallery, that presents an $80,000 cost saving by installing drapery. And I think to date, that has been one of the reasons we've kept drapery in the conversation for so long, and why we're looking at all the glass railings at the bar, for instance, why we're trying to present drapery as a total package, where if we're introducing drapery in one, we should probably introduce drapery in both to keep them consistent. So we are still showing those as an add deduct alternate, and that includes the House drapery as well, because if we do go for the alternate in the Senate, we would not recommend adding drapery to the House and vice versa. Although Senate drapery would still benefit the gallery if it was installed between the arched openings. But behind the bar, that's where we're looking at. We don't want to do one and not the other.
Madam Chair, Zach, you might clarify, when we talk about drapery, you might talk about the gallery levels versus the chamber level.
Yes.
So the gallery levels, are where in the Senate, there is an option for drapery in the gallery level of the Senate. So completely independent from this decision behind the bar.
Mm-hmm.
And that would save you from going into your ceiling and adding acoustical plaster in the gallery. The House gallery has to have the ceiling plaster because there's no opportunity for drapery up there. So I wanted to clarify that versus your chamber floor level is a different decision about drapery, and you can also go up into the ceiling behind the bar there.
Yeah.
So they're kind of either or both. I'm
Right.
not sure if they're
Ideally
both or either
both.
or.
Ideally both. So here in elevation, you can start to see how that drapery looks stretched between the arched opening. And then here, blowing that up, this is a front and back view of one of those instances where we're looking at the front side from what would be the floor, looking at the front of the arch with some of the drapery hidden by the architecture, and then from the gallery side, looking at how that drapery bar actually extends to each side of the opening.
I'm confused. You have drapery along the front bar. That's below the drapery. Why is there the?
So here we have this is a dashed line shown here. This dashed line is representing what's beyond. So beyond the actual architecture of the opening, this is on the reverse side. So now you're standing in the gallery looking out to the floor. And this is where you're seeing that drapery in its full extent.
What's the lower?
Right here,
Yeah.
that is the railing. So that's what would be replacing the glass railing at the gallery.
It's a higher railing, or is it?
So at the edge, no, across the middle, it's actually significantly lower. It's designed to meet the current codes of balcony theater seating. That's why at the edges we're raised, because that's where the stairs exist. We are required to have a higher portion there.
How are you modifying the existing? Right.
So that is one thing we're continuing to develop with a structural engineer, looking at the load capacity of the existing wood. So what would happen is that glass portion, which is installed atop the wood, would be removed. Those are held in with tubes that you see almost like pylons sticking up from that wood. That all would be removed down to the wood, the flat top of the wood, and that would have the bronze attached to that.
And Madam Chair, this glass at the gallery level, as well as the glass at the chamber level, was likely, as near as we can tell, probably added during the 1970s remodel. So it is non-historic. SHPO did a review with trainer Brian Beatles, Deputy Director of SHPO, did a review of the railing treatment, drapery treatment, and wall panels, and is comfortable with the approach and of removing the glass and adding the Julius Bloom bronze railings, if that's the direction you would like to go.
I think it was well after that.
Was it?
So, and in that same vein, do we know what the railing used to be in those galleries? But I would assume that it wasn't glass back in.
No, it was just the existing
Yeah.
frames.
Yep. Yeah, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, it is, you know, it used to be that it's kind of considered a theater balcony, so it would not have had a higher railing, so the glass was added after the fact. The interesting thing is this issue came up during the Capitol Square project, and a lot of debate about whether to remove them, but they actually give a false sense of security. If you fell into them, into the glass, it would not provide enough structural support.
Yeah, we talked about getting rid of the glass.
Yeah.
So, Zach, we're talking about drapery in the Senate, for example, and we're looking at the Senate president up in his chair right there, right? So right and left of that is where those panels of drape would be.
So this is actually looking north. The president would be to our right in this image. So you can see the balcony, the theater seating onto the right here. That's above the president. Let me go back to this. Now at the top left here, you can see the president's elevation.
If you look at the big renderings over there, I'm making more sense of it with those.
And those unfortunately don't have the railing rendered out, but it does show the drapery well, and it obviously shows the wall treatment primary.
I'm gonna point out the drapery, Brandon, on the Senate one for Senator Land. It blends in well.
Yeah.
You have drapery on three sides.
On three sides, yes. The drapery behind the president, I'm sorry if I misunderstood what you were asking.
Yeah.
It's not on the
Yeah,
opening,
top
yes.
and on the back wall is what you're talking about.
Right, it's behind that seating area. We had looked at doing it in the arch, but because that arch is higher due to the shape of the room, hanging it there, meeting the apex, the spring line of where that arch begins, it blocked off a lot of sight from that higher up seating. So because we're just looking at area of absorption in that space and that volume, moving it behind that seating area didn't impact or it still has a positive impact on the reverberation and absorption in the room. It didn't negatively impact it by moving it there.
Thanks for that. Generally speaking, I hope that hope we can be fairly consistent in whatever we recommend. For both ends of the building. Understanding that we need panels in the house. We don't need the ceiling panels in the Senate. I get all of that, but I just hope this is not too stark a difference on one side versus the other. With whatever we end up doing.
Yeah, that's where we, in our recommendation, felt like the drapery in the Senate was more respectful of the historic architecture. By fitting it inside of those arched openings, it doesn't stand out so prominently as if it were installed in the house between the columns up there, because it has more of a trabeated design. It would have to go like at the bar between those columns. And then we're looking at a bronze or wood bar extending the opening in visibility that would have the drapery hung from it, as opposed to the Senate where we're looking at in the gallery space on the flat wall surface. So it's more hidden to view from within the chambers.
Thank you, Stan.
Indeed. Now, looking at this exercise again in the Senate, and I forgot, we did print off 3D models of what these moldings look like. That's what those are sitting in front of the renderings there. So those are full scale 3D prints of these moldings, and the small square on the bottom left you can see is representative of that full thickness of the wall treatment.
Point to where those corners will be.
So looking here, that this section, this red line shows how we developed this molding profile. And then that section there too also is where we cut our section for that detail, and is what's shown here. The Senate is slightly different than what we're looking at here, where we're looking now at an inverted corner, like what we can see in this upper panel, where at the corners it inverts to allow for a rosette to be placed. Now in our proposed decorative paint stenciling, we omitted the rosette but added the stenciling motif you can see elsewhere in the room of the Endymion. You can see here. So these mock-ups are just representative of the concept. They aren't true mock-ups, if you will. So they are just conceptual at a corner intersection of these two molding profiles. Because actually, if we go back to the house, while it does meet at a perfect corner, at the corners, like we see in the upper panels, it inverts within the molding. So here the molding you see comes to a corner, but as we work our way down and into the actual center of the panel, you'll see that that inversion happens not on the outside molding, but further in. Whereas in the Senate, that inverted corner happens in the actual molded profile itself. So staying consistent with that, looking at the lower portion of the room here, the wall treatment installed. But unfortunately, is this happening on the house too? My captions were covering up the panels.
You're doing that on purpose.
Yeah.
Stop talking for
Darn.
a minute.
Well, luckily I printed off some nice renderings here, you can see. This is looking at how we're handling color, dealing with the existing, thank you. Dealing with the existing colors in place and looking at how we can incorporate these panels into that context in the room. So here and in the Senate, we actually came up with two design options. Well, actually, for all of these, through a long design exercise, we had presented many different color options through different iterations of this, looking at picking different colors, how we can either highlight these panels or help them to kind of slip away. So here we're showing a light blue color that is taken from both the frieze of the lower entablature, which you can see right here, this color. But it also has some inspiration from the mural, which is this blue color of the sky on all four corners. And then in the crown molding up here, this is also a light blue grayish color too. So this lower portion of the room, the wall treatment here incorporates some of those light accent colors to the field of this option. But we also wanted to show, and as recommended by our decorative paint consultant, a brown color that's taken from the upper portion of the room as the primary color of those wall surfaces. So this brown incorporates some of the primary colors, whereas the blue incorporated some of the accent colors. Now, side by side, you can see how those look. And then what those colors looked like in the perfect Sherwin-Williams world. So again, with my point I tried to make earlier, all of these will have to come to mock-up and seeing how these colors look in the real space at the time of construction or pre-construction, before we ultimately make our decision on how these are installed. This is just our recommendation and a way we can handle the stenciling and some of the colors.
So you're gonna, all the paneling is burred in, so you've got a 2x4s, 1x6, and 1x6 underneath. How are you attaching those to the walls? You're just drilling them in?
Yeah, there'd be small fastener holes. But that's one of the things with this being able to be removed, it would be small fastener hole patches. And not, of course, removing any of the existing plaster. That would all remain in place. So as least invasive as possible is the goal.
What type of 2-foot centers?
I believe they are on 12-inch centers. It should say, no, I'm sorry, it is at 7 7/8 centers. So about 8 inches, pretty close.
That's a lot of drill hole.
Yeah, it is a lot of drill holes in there, but in the plaster, it'd be small patches, fill in drill holes. We did look at adhesives, potentially with our manufacturer and how we could potentially adhere these, but that risks delamination of that plaster and ripping off more in the future.
Back in those, what those current pictures have, because they have sound muffling bind, right?
The paintings? So I'm not sure if those do. Historically, from what we could find out from research, when acoustic treatment was originally installed in the chambers in the 1910s, they were filled with animal wool. I'm not sure if that's still in place. It likely contained asbestos materials, and probably for that reason, they're no longer there. Speculation, but I'm not sure what currently exists behind those murals. All that to say.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I can look into that. Because they're in the museum collection, and I was there when we pulled them out and brought them back in, but I don't recall. So I'll look into that.
It's the framework, Jack. I was looking at Brandon. Is that a 12-inch? Is it back behind all that plaster? I don't remember. You know, how wide is it?
My guess is it's wider, at least 16 in behind it, and then, you know, that plaster is gonna run horizontally, but
they'll be able to anchor to that plaster.
Oh, we will be able to anchor to the plaster and not worry about, okay. What does everybody think?
Well, we gotta get to the money now.
I'll start, and these areas are. I will, don't work in these areas, but I'll throw something out there. My knee-jerk reaction is that, and again, if everybody else disagrees, I'm totally not offended. I would really gravitate towards the blend in. But that's just me. I feel like through the renovation and bringing it back to how it looked originally, we've really hit a nice balance of decoration. And I think in the JEC room in particular, it's maybe too much. But again, that's just me, and I don't live in these rooms.
So at one point, it wasn't too long ago, when like in the Senate chambers, we had all of the portraits along the walls in there. And there may be a time when folks want that to come back. And there's also the option of having artwork versus wall hangings.
Madam Chair, Representative Nicholas, I would, and maybe on behalf of Trainer, or I could let Trainer or Avant explain this. You would need to be very sensitive to what your top priorities are. If your top priority in the chamber floor is to have artwork, then you should not do any acoustical absorption. If it is portraits, especially, glass is reverberates a lot and absorbs nothing. If you had an oil painting, it perhaps absorbs a little bit more, but not near what an acoustical treatment was. So part of what you as a subcommittee to recommend to Management Council, SBC, and Speaker and President, as you say, also have control over the chamber floors, is if the main goal is truly that you are having troubles hearing each other during public debate, that would need to be a shared understanding of how you use acoustical material to fix that issue and perhaps provide some architectural interest. If your issue is more that it's hard to look at those blank walls, then you can we've tweaked the AV system as much as we can. Up in the gallery, you could still do acoustical plaster in the ceilings up there. There is some additional speakers being planned for that area, but it would be a recognition on your floor that you're willing to forego optimal hearing that's created by the sound absorption.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, there's not necessarily a right answer, but it depends on what your goals are.
Well, and it strikes me, and I kind of went the same place the co-chairman did. But I also recognize that we learn where our cheese is. When we move our cheese, we get uncomfortable. And those panels look a little uncomfortable to me. But I suspect in a week's time, they would look like the wall. I'm trying to convince myself of that. I think they would probably make a big difference for us in those chambers.
Yeah, the hard part, I think, is just the rendition, because they really pop on the Senate side.
Yeah, and so I'm not sure that I'm married to the ornate detail. It's great work, Zach. Thank you for doing that. But I kind of react the same way on that joint appropriations photograph, at least. That's a lot of orders.
And that room already does have maybe the most visual interest of any, because we have the ceiling, it's all across the ceiling, which that's the only one that has that, right? Where there's total ceiling decoration, plus the frieze, plus the giant mural on the back wall. And it's done, I don't think panels being there would disrupt the eye at all. And to your point, I think a man running for his life would never know the difference kind of on like that first ceiling, the ceiling rendition that we looked at. I think simple is gonna be best in that. Plus, that's a very stressful room, so it needs to be calming and,
Needs a lot of HVAC.
yeah.
It needs padding.
And Madam Chair, that is something that Trainer did not render, because it's rendering, it turns out, is expensive. So what we learned. So rendering is to kind of give you as far as you could push the space if that was your desire. If you want it to look the same color as the wall without any other details other than the profile details, that is something that essentially they wouldn't need to render for you, because just imagine these walls, but they have some visual interest just through the profiles or the rosettes.
Right, and that's a, thank you for that, Wendy. And you mentioned too, one of the design exercises we did is looking at how we can layer this in complexity. And even what we've shown here today, kind of, it shows different variations of that. So of course, in the JAC, as you've noticed, it's highly ornate. I mean, this is our most detailed stencil. This is our brightest colors we're using, although we're using colors from the room, it is used in a dramatic fashion. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. So what we're looking at here in the house, for instance, is using a dark color on the border and a lighter color on the field of the wall treatment. Then in the Senate, we're flipping that. We're looking at a light color on the border, which Representative Nichols pointed out as sticking out. Well, maybe if we do the molding a darker color or the same color as the wall, that transition is only done by light and shadow instead of accent color. And those are things, again, I'll reiterate, during mock-up stage, we'll be able to look at how these colors actually react in the room. And then I'm can further develop these too. Each of these is fluid. The colors can always change. And what we're trying to do here is just gauge the amount of complexity and how much these want to stand out versus blend in the spaces. So I did have one, let me pull up real quick, just for example, on one of the exercises that we did do. Let's see. So here you can see, this is one of the exercises that we did. So looking, and this isn't even the first one of these sheets that we had developed, but this looks at the House, Senate, and JAC, top from bottom, and then from left to right is orders of complexity added to the designs. So each of these kind of takes the look at the stencil, different colors of the moldings, and how we can start to increase complexity or decrease as you move left. So, you know, where we're looking at the JAC, I think one of the things that sticks out the most is probably that blue border. So looking at how we can just take that blue border away, go to the same wall color, then we're just looking at light and shadow on that molding as opposed to an accent color. We have always shown stenciling in that room, which I think would help balance, because you like you mentioned, co-chair, is that the ceiling is highly ornate. It catches your eye. But I mentioned earlier too that there is a composition in the room that you may be able to somewhat balance out the walls, which seem somewhat bare compared to the ceiling, adding a panel, and then to your point, Chairman, give it a week and a lot of these will blend in, and you know, it'll be the panel that's on the wall.
I guess what's next is you're heading toward an opportunity to tell us what all of this might take, right?
Yeah, the fun stuff. So our cost estimating exercise broke this down into the 3 sections that we had worked out through our scoping set. So the section 1, major maintenance, which comes from, and Wendy, correct me if I'm wrong, comes from a different funding source that is solely for major maintenance items. And we've estimated that section to be about $340,000. Section 2, the broadcast studio, which again has its own funds appropriated. Currently, we're looking at about $630,000 for all the room alteration construction to do with those control room and broadcast room, including the architectural set. And then all of the mechanical, electrical, fire, life safety stuff that has to happen in order to make the new spaces function. And then the AV and special electrical systems that Avant has provided a separate cost estimate and narrative for. And then that furniture allowance that I had mentioned earlier. So then section 3, where we're looking at all the sound absorption in different rooms, that is our largest budget item, and we're looking at a cost estimate of just over 3 million right now. And that's for all the spaces that we have discussed today, including the ones with just ceiling and all the complicated ones in the JAC and chambers. And I will note here, though, that these estimates do include a 25% upcharge based on complexity. And the here our estimator calls it a premium cost for work done in phases, out of sequence, and out of hours.
Oh, good, I misspoke. It does include that.
Yeah, so
Was that after our last discussion then?
I'm not sure, but I reviewed the estimate, and there is still a 25% increase to the cost currently.
That's true.
So do you have costs for just the JAC and the 2 conference rooms?
Yes, and that's broken down in the cost estimate. I don't have that pulled apart from for the presentation, but
Well, I'm presuming it's probably less than $1 million out of the 3 million.
yes, I believe so.
So really the biggest cost is in 110, 113, Senate chamber, House chamber. Probably, Zach, am I reading that correctly then?
It's
On board the representative one.
it's primarily the House and Senate, because those have the full gamut of solutions installed, the wall, ceiling, and drapery. The W10 and W113, just having the ceiling, it's one of the smaller items on there. And then of course, as the rooms scale down to smaller conference rooms, those are of course the easiest and lightest on the estimate.
Well, this is dropping back just a second, Zach, but was there any other treatments in 110 and 113? We talked about HVAC modifications or airflow. Was that gonna have any impact in there at all, or?
Yeah, and Kellen, feel free to step in. You may know more about that in W10 and 113.
Is that the I'm trying to remember what spaces those are off the top of my head.
Public meeting rooms on level 1.
I don't believe those had any MEP
Those,
upgrade.
yeah, those didn't have any MEP. It's just the sound absorption treatments.
We even talked
And
a few months ago about, can we do anything with the columns, you know, surrounding them with material or, you know, but anyway.
Yes. I think when we looked at that, the square footage we would get from the columns wasn't enough to justify the cost of installation. And we were able to meet our close to our target value with just the ceiling.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, what we really want is you to take the columns out.
Look, HGTV, home reno.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about there. Probably something to talk to management council about.
Yeah.
And Madam Chair, I might have Zach just go over a little bit about, they're at 50% design right now, what they need, and Brandon may have some thoughts here as well about what they need to continue with design from the subcommittee today.
Right, so yes, we're at 50% right now, expecting to finish the review of that soon. And right now we are scheduled and showing that as to still be determined to have our 95% CD review on the 27th of May, which would be your next subcommittee meeting. If that does happen, then we are looking at 100% CDs delivered late June or early July, which after bidding and contracting will allow us to bring a contractor on for construction beginning by the fall. And the idea is that we can get as much done before session as we can, and that will ultimately come to the contractor and what they can schedule to be complete before session. And then what would happen then after session, the work would resume until the completion.
Take us back to what does 50% DD mean? And how much, and then what does that cost? And what does it cost to go to 100%?
Right, so we're currently at 50% right now. That is what we have delivered. What we're looking at now is going towards 95%, which is where we're starting to look at more of our details that we had conceptually done.
How much have we spent for 50%? What's the cost that you charge?
I'm not gonna be knowledgeable on that. Todd may be able to weigh in, or Brandon.
Do you have rough numbers, Linda?
Yeah, I don't have the rough numbers in front of me. 50% is usually a little higher because that's more of where the content is, and then the 90 going to 95 is completing all of that. So I could get back with Brandon and double check where we're at. And that fee includes all three components of the project. So that'd be the major maintenance, the broadcast studio, and the acoustics. And then that would include Henderson's fees.
Well, if you can get it to us today, it would be useful to have a breakdown. If we say, okay, go 200% on 1 and 2, but not 3.
Okay, we definitely didn't break it apart. It was always put together as a package. So we don't have fees associated with sections 1, 2, or 3.
I wonder, it looks like Suzanne from State Construction has her hand up. She may have some information. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Chairman. Suzanne Norton with Construction Department. I believe we are already contracted to 100% CD with Trainer, and the amount we have encumbered is $475,000 to date, not just for their contract, but from the entire appropriation, we've expended $208,000. It would take me just a minute to do a little math for Trainer's contract, but we still have a considerable amount open to get to 100, to get to bid documents.
And Madam Chair, I might add, I can't remember which meeting it was at last year, but you as a subcommittee had debated about whether to do a portion of the design. And then you elected to go to full design for all spaces. And that when that design comes back, that's when you can make a decision about what you'd like to pull the trigger on to actually go. Well, you'll also do bid documents. The Trainer will do your bid documents, but at that point, you could make a decision about 1, what your budget can support, and 2, what you philosophically want to do in the building.
So that's my recollection, is that we said just go ahead to 100% design, but I don't. So does 100% design include bid documents by definition?
Yes. Yeah, so our next phase would be a 95% review, which allows you to check everything. It would be in theory 100% done, and then we would go from that point. If there's any comments, we'd pick them up and go to a signed, sealed document that is put out to bid. And also our fee covers all of construction administration based on this also. So the fee goes all the way to the end of construction.
So, Madam Chair, members of the committee, to refresh your memory, I think we had this conversation about a year ago. And then I think there was some discussion about timing and what could be done before session versus after session. And so I think that was where things got left last year with go forth with design. So here we are a year later on design, and then you can always discuss timing and what you want to do, philosophy, but you're at design.
I'm struggling a little bit, Mr. Co-Chair, because I feel like we need some input from probably some other bodies, particularly if, and we may not have all that information.
Yeah. I'm struggling too, and Wendy and Rihanna, and I appreciated Suzanne weighing in, that helps. It's hard to come back around and get back on this. So thank you for helping us understand, you know, where we were before, and now I could use some help understanding what Trainer and Avant need from us today. What can we provide in the subcommittee? I'm looking over at Brandon. I could just use some help to make sure that we cover the bases we need to keep the ball moving.
Like, for example, do we need the fancy decor? Do we need to make that decision today?
Yeah, exactly. And then at some point, our subcommittee's gonna have to have a good discussion about how much of this do we recommend that we try to get done at certain times. We can do that, but what would be helpful today, I guess?
So I guess from a couple standpoints, and you can be more specific about what it is you need, but this 50% package will get out to you guys for comment, and it'll include cost estimate, it'll include this presentation, and then it'll include specifications and the not pretty pictures to roll through and look at that. And we would like comment back from you on that. Kind of our intent was to push forward with this as full design and alternates within this package that we can pull back if we need to, depending on costing or depending on the desire of the committee or so on and so forth. So I think today was more of an opportunity to get this in front of you of where we are to date and kind of where we're going forward, unless there was something that you saw that you say, whoa, stop, we don't want to do this at all. But I think where we're at to date, anything's pretty retractable and reversible to what we've done.
Madam Chair, I would also add that part of your decision about going full design is, say if you decide we're not ready to do the chambers and we just want to do JAC, that at least you've had a cohesive design for the full building. And then even if it needed to be updated from a cost estimating standpoint, or even if there's better product available in the future, you at least have a basis of design that then you can replicate in other areas over time.
So let's go back then to how many dollars do we have available on the sound?
Madam Chair, Representative Nicholas, for the acoustics portion of this project. Again, all of the major maintenance items and again, your direction was go forward on that. It doesn't affect finishes. So that's something that just as the areas originally identified can be addressed. It's those solutions are replicatable throughout the building. So you could take major maintenance off.
First.
Yeah, the first category, section 1. So those are ones that as major maintenance money is available and as this fan coil unit solution is developed, could be done throughout the building. The broadcast studio and the appropriation for that, it also includes the art gallery lighting, vitrines, some floor changes in the tile, and a build out of a custodial space and this broadcast studio. That is 1.5 million. Then the actual what we're calling sound absorption, which also included some, we should maybe call it sound absorption and sound reinforcement, because I believe that 3 million also includes in JAC, there was the addition of ceiling speakers in the House and Senate galleries. There was some addition of some speakers. So there's also some sound reinforcement in there. Currently, CMD, you may recall you reappropriated $1 million directly to their agency. There is another 2.3 million that currently resides in the Capitol Square preservation account. That money, along with the 1.5 million for broadcast studio, is also in Capitol Square preservation account. That is expendable upon an MOU between SBC and Management Council. So we are working through that process. For that, the 2.3 million also included security bollards, maquettes, but there is not a line item for each of those.
I thought there's 2 million just for acoustics. Must make it just added into, I think that added an extra million on the 2.3.
I think he might be right, actually.
Am I missing?
I looked this up the other day and it's in a lot of places.
There was the session before last, you had 1 million you originally appropriated to CMD. That money was had to be, it was nearing the end of the biennium, and that 1 million was reappropriated to their agency. But we can double check for you and send it out.
Madam Chair, I have a question, and I'm sorry if I'm asking something you guys already talked about in a past meeting, but the major maintenance, I'm just trying to understand why we aren't just going ahead and moving forward with that. It doesn't seem to impact the rest of the building, and I don't think there's any design issues around that. And it's this major maintenance funding, but maybe it's the funding that's the issue. But it seems like I just don't understand why we're not already doing that currently.
Madam Chair, so the design for that is falling in line with this because it's the same consultant. So it's not fully designed yet of what that fix is going to be. And as we have that fix, then yes, we can push it forward.
That's a great question though, Betsy, because our intention is as soon as we get that piece, I think the subcommittee and on up through the channels, let's go. Because there's some areas that we want to get done as quickly as possible.
And Madam Chairman, I think it'd be helpful because it would be nice to understand the impact of that on the acoustics. I mean, is it minimal or is it significant? And then to the extent you need the ceiling tiles, certainly in the executive space, if it resolves a bunch of our issues, then I don't know that you need to move forward with some of this stuff.
I agree.
And Madam Chair, unfortunately, they're not the same areas. So for example, in the ceremonial conference room, that is not a fan coil unit system. So you would still need your ceiling treatment of acoustical plaster. It's more in the smaller conference rooms, offices, and then there are some areas where there are chases down in the policy area, for example. They unfortunately tend to not be the same spaces that the ceiling and wall treatments are needed.
If I may add, one of the reasons we're pulling this together too is the cost efficiency of having a single contractor taken to work on all at once, as opposed to phasing it out separately. So if we can keep this under a single prime bidder, then they will be able to efficiently mobilize their subcontractors to take on this work.
And
Go ahead.
I was going to say, John might be able to reiterate more to the major maintenance and sound absorption treatments, I believe are looked at kind of separately based on their testing on site, based on their recordings. John, you might be able to reiterate that we do have some places where both of them are occurring, but they are minor. They are few.
Yeah, and also, just to chime in here, what the major maintenance is addressing is noise from the mechanical systems. What the acoustical treatments are addressing are interior room acoustics, reflections, and reverberation. While there's a little bit of relation there, they are treating different acoustical effects. And so, by doing the major maintenance items and reducing the background noise from mechanical systems, that doesn't solve any of the reverberation issues that the other rooms are experiencing in the few places that there is crossover.
We look at in the governor's conference room, there was mechanical issues there, but also did we look at ceiling tiles or anything in there?
Yes, that's one of the rooms that's receiving both.
So just timing wise, my recollection is our desire, Brandon, was to try to get to some of this work in the fall, right? That's the time frame that we've been shooting for. We say, before a next session, but really on behalf of the executive branch, I think as quickly as we can get to something would be the goal, because I agree with Betsy. Then you begin to understand what some of the impacts of the work it's going to accomplish. Do I have that straight, Brad? Okay. What else on this front, you guys? Wendy or Brianna, any?
Mr. Chairman, I think for trainer, it would be just to continue with design, but we may want to have a discussion at our May meeting about development of the bid documents. But the idea would be, I am glad to hear that that premium is included in this pricing, because I didn't think that it was. So I think what you have now is an ability to efficiently finish design, and then you can make decisions based on that new cost estimating, how you're feeling about what these materials look like, to bring anything to council, to SBC. You probably need it to be a little bit more developed in design than what you have now. So it would be prudent to continue with design, and then to Betsy's point, that would also allow you to release some of these portions of work. Even if it's bid under the same contractor at a premium, at least we could get going on some of those elements. And Suzanne just texted me that there may in fact be fan coil unit in the ceremonial conference room. And if so, then that is one that could be triggered right away.
And I will, Madam Chair, I will also say, the governor's conference room, I kind of feel like if you fix those fan coil units, it's a small room, it's a meeting. I don't know about you needing the ceiling acoustics, because again.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah, sorry, let me clarify. I'm so sorry. I thought you said ceremonial conference room.
No,
That's what I thought.
So
I'm sorry, there's both of them,
Yes.
but I think he mentioned that both of those rooms are considered in your proposal.
Correct.
I get it that with the ceremonial conference room, just fixing the fan coil units might not work, because it's hard and you're in the back of that room to hear him when he's speaking. But in the governor's conference room, I feel like you fix the fan coil units, and I don't know how much you really need the ceiling treatment. But I may be wrong,
Well, on the other hand, Betsy, the goal from the beginning was to do all we could for the Senate, so.
So we're done with this conversation.
Problem. Particularly when you're having video conference calls or group meetings in the governor's conference room, but you can't understand what they're saying because of the reverberation from the big screen and the speakers, and they're rolling around the table. Yeah, so that's what we kind of want to fix.
Yeah, it's important. Well, here's what I think, I think that the subcommittee has some work to do when we get to a conversation about bids and you know, we've got to kind of absorb what we've learned from Zach and the crew today with regard to ornate detail versus, you know, what do we want to recommend? But it also strikes me, you guys, that this is a little bit of a lift. And so we're going to have to be able to explain whatever we recommend to management council and on up to SBC, Madam Co-Chairman, and
Yeah.
and it's gonna be helpful to have a pretty detailed explanation of why we've gotten to where we will be.
And I don't know, and I'm just gonna say this out loud, I don't know that we would need it in all spaces, but as we go forward, having at least one room rendered with the monochromatic look might be might be worth it to demonstrate, oh, the panels can sort of disappear. Like I said, maybe not all, maybe not all of them, but I do think that is gonna be really useful to visualize on the walls, because I think these are very, what we see here. And again, recognizing that the legislature the last 3 years has said, do this, do this, do this. I think that some of these, you know, they're gonna cause some, oh, but not that, you know? So I think having a buffet to hash out is gonna be useful.
Well, and recognizing and part of the hard part of what we do is that we have quite a turnover. Since we started this work a while back, you know, we've had a couple of significant changes in both chambers. And so, yeah, we just have to be ready, I think, as a subcommittee to explain on up through the ranks why we've landed where we've landed. I think overall, great work, Zach. As far as I'm concerned, it's been really valuable to hear what you have to say about what you've learned and what you're recommending to us. Appreciate that.
Very much so. All right, anything else on acoustics for now? Does everybody have what they need to go forth? Okay.
By the way, any thoughts subcommittee wise? Don't be afraid. We could do some interaction via email, but let's just include everybody. We can do that. You know, if you think of something in the next day or two, let's make sure that we get well prepped for the next time we gather. And at that point, though, I think we're going to have to be ready to kind of land on a recommendation or two.
So, Mr. Chairman and Co-Chairman, I think the primary thing to do today is just confirm that we're gonna go to 100% design. My question is, I don't think it's necessary to go to bid documents on the two chambers. And if that's it, just because we're not gonna get that far before now and our next session.
I agree that is an accurate statement.
So that would be my suggestion.
Okay, Dan.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't argue with that either.
I can't see any path where the chambers get touched in the next.
But we do want to spend as much money as we can.
Well, I was gonna reiterate, we can write the documents to where they prioritize certain work before session and then continue after session. Once you bid the whole thing, we can help control where the contractor goes first and last. And so if we were to take it to 100% CDs, it would still be there. It would still be bid. You would have a hard number. We would just be telling the contractor that work would begin at a later date. And then they would have to manage their pricing, materials, all that. So depending on how it gets written in, major maintenance immediately start. And some of the broadcast studio could begin immediately, and some of the acoustics. So there are ways that we can create the document to direct the contractor on how to bid it. So there's still at least options out there.
Yeah, that's helpful.
And well, and just to follow up on that, I think we will go to the major maintenance as soon as we can.
Yeah.
Start that process. We will do some acoustics in several of the rooms, but we will divide it up. So this idea of saving money on setup and takedown, doing it twice, I would just disregard that, because that's gonna happen. We're not gonna do them all at once or on a continuous basis. I mean, sometimes that's the way it has to be.
Yeah, well said.
Okay.
Yeah.
We now have a new section of the meeting called the Curator's Corner.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I love that.
It's a podcast too.
It could be. Yeah, we thought it was important to take an opportunity to provide regular updates regarding Capitol Curator stuff in the Capitol. And so the two big items that I wanted to just provide an update on today, Capitol Gallery and the Capitol curation policies. So first, just looking at the Capitol Gallery, I'm currently looking as far out as August of 2028, scheduling that space. It's amazing what all happens between now and then. We've got a big Statehood Day celebration coming up this summer. Next summer, 250th. Then January of 27, inauguration activities. So there's a lot happening in that space, in that calendar timeframe. The Capitol Gallery really takes into account two big pieces as I look at who to schedule in that space. The first one is very standard in museums, and that's a general facility report. So American Alliance of Museums has a standard template that explores the physical specifications and staff practices within a space. And that is really critical as we look to become a recipient from lending institutions. So just for example, I have a call later this week talking to staff of Buffalo Bill Center of the West, just starting brainstorming for years down the road what exhibit we might be able to host in the gallery that is from them. Since they are an accredited institution, to loan us any artifacts, we will need to provide them with a facilities report that just tells them that when they loan these objects, these artifacts to us, that they will be secured, that they were, from a security standpoint, that they will be in a temperature controlled environment, where we can tell them the relative humidity, the temperature, the light levels, all of those details. So ultimately that report expedites the exchange of details to those lending institutions, which is critical. So as I start working on that, one thing I need to take into account, specifically with light levels, is upcoming updates to that gallery. So the idea of, not so effective to that facilities report, removing of the chair rail, the patching and painting, but then the addition of track lighting, which is pieces of projects that have been discussed, Wendy mentioned, on Brandon's plate. So in talking with Brandon, looking at what I had tentatively scheduled out and accounting for all of the activities that are happening, realizing that this fall is the prime time to have those updates made in that gallery. I had tentatively scheduled an exhibit opening in August in partnership with the Jim Gatchell Museum out of Buffalo. I was really inspired by kind of the work that the subcommittee has done with the Civics Lab and the idea of engaged citizens. And in thinking of a potential partner for this first exhibit, Jim Gatchell jumped out. Lots of amazing individuals across the state, but just specifically the Jim Gatchell Memorial Museum, and looking at Jim and his involvement in the community, really from medicine to museum, and this incredible story of community and documenting that history. Long story short, have been well on the way to working towards an installation of that exhibit, but then realizing that this fall is really prime time for updates in that gallery, have started pushing that exhibit back essentially a year. So looking at that gallery space, we've currently got the Wyoming Stock Growers Land Trust exhibit that was scheduled through Statehood Day, realizing that then meant taking it down during Frontier Days, which doesn't make sense. So extending that exhibit through the end of July. As I work with Brandon on when modifications will be happening in that space, thinking about what exhibit we can have in that space that's easy for me to kind of put up and take back down based on the work that's to happen. So just yesterday, I started looking at statewide institutions that have traveling exhibits available. And there's some great options. American Heritage Center has, I'm going to say a dozen roughly traveling exhibits. Heart Mountain Interpretive Center is working on 3. I don't know the state of those, so I need to have a conversation with them. Rockpile Museum has one. Fort Casper has been working on a few. They've often borrowed state museum traveling exhibits, but they've recently started developing their own. So I'll reach out to Michelle up there. So what I'm looking at for essentially the August 25 to January 26 window is having a or multiple traveling exhibits in that space, and just adjusting those as the work requires. But then looking at February of 26, that will be the return of the Governor's Capital Art Exhibition. That runs through essentially the end of August of 26. And that's that biennial show that will take place in that space. So then that's when I move the Jim Gatchell exhibit to opening August 26, running a little bit longer than normal, running through session of 27, just because leading up to inauguration of 27, the CAPA rotations in the electeds offices will be significant at that point of time, making November and December quite busy. Certainly don't want to take it down, have nothing in that space. So looking at that through March, and then April of 27 through August would be another exhibition, followed by September through January, and then we end up with another Governor's Capital Art Exhibition opening in February of 28. So, and we know that'll be open through August. So those 2 exhibits essentially in 27, that's what I'm really working at right now to try and narrow down, especially critical with that facility report. And then once we kind of get through a design of that space, as Wendy mentioned, that will also include new pedestals and vitrines dedicated, specifically for use in that space. I'm currently using what we have in the museum that's been painted and used previously for GCAE. So just having some dedicated here, thinking about frames, what frame options we'll want to use for pieces that we frame, print and frame, especially historic photographs. So really excited about that space. Lots of opportunity and lots of great conversations. Ultimately, as I mentioned, I think that very first meeting, the idea is really to bring Wyoming into that space, and have representation from across the state, institutions across the state, whether they're museums, libraries that do exhibits, or art collaboratives. Lots of great opportunities. Talking to people, potential participants, all very excited about that space. So it's wonderful to have. Brandon, I don't know specifically to the updates if you have anything to share at this point, just since I threw it on you this week. Brandon will be in touch with details.
So with that space, we currently have a design team on board, and they've done some initial review. in design. So we will be pushing that forward.
Madam Chair, Brandon, I don't know if you want to loop in also as part of that appropriation, as I mentioned earlier, is the broadcast studio and the custodial space. And the custodial space is also under the same design team as the art gallery. Trainer has the broadcast studio. And our hope is that along with the civics lab this fall, there may be some invasive work going on down here on this north side of the extension this fall, but hopefully, hopefully it'll be invasive work that it occurs all at once.
But just, so I understand, what the broadcast booth, is that being put together to go out to bid?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative Nicholas, that is what is considered section 2 of Trainer's overall design. So while there is a different money source associated with it, Trainer is doing all the design because it did have a really big acoustical component to it, and Avant is doing all of the AV design.
So that's what we'll have in June, to go out to bid in June.
Yeah, date's still to be determined, likely late June, early July.
So bid process, month and a half, construction hopefully starting in September, October, so.
Yep.
So Wendy, when you reference the custodial area, I'm sorry to have to revisit, but I'm drawing a blank. What are we talking about there?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that one just sort of got included in that appropriation. And the appropriation included oversight by your subcommittee to provide guidance to CMD. So CMD is the
Right over here by the studio.
it's actually currently the custodial staff for the Hirschler building and extension are using the catering kitchen. And unfortunately for them, that gets kind of disruptive to them because during session, especially, that space is heavily used. Sometimes during different events, it's heavily used. So there is a shelled space over on the west side of the extension that has access to plumbing actually on the back side of the catering kitchen that would meet their needs.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
What about the moquettes?
And at some point, Madam Chair, Representative Nicholas, your committee may wish to start talking about maquettes and security bollards. That money in the Capital Square Preservation account also includes oversight by your group and recommendation by your group.
Can we put that on our agenda for next time?
You bet.
Madam Chair, be located in an area that is going to apparently receive more and more focus going forward from the building, right?
The bollards of maquettes. Maquette.
Yeah, so that area of the world gets a lot of attention and is probably gonna get more, but anyway. Okay, good deal.
And Madam Chairman, the other update, curation policies. Those were all set, those were sent to you all November, December, I think. Internally, we've been reviewing them. At that point in time, the plan was, as we had discussed, for those to go through this committee, get the blessing of this committee, and then ultimately live under State Parks Cultural Resources and Director Glenn. However, in talking with Director Glenn, with Deputy Director Nichols, or I'm sorry, Sheen, there has been a thought, just given the nature of those, given kind of where those initially stemmed from, that those should ultimately get the blessing from this committee and then be a suggestion from this committee to then be reviewed by SBC. Just given the nature of them, and then, live under whatever auspices at that point, and we can update them as needed. But so that's where that's at, doing another internal review with that in mind. I think the idea would be to then bring them back to this committee. Lots of great comments during that last review, clarifying some language, to have this committee kind of do one more review, and then ideally have them ready if there's availability at the July SBC meeting. So any thoughts? But those are the two updates that I have.
Thank you for the procurement policies are easy to let slip when we don't have an active request before us. So that would be great to get those buttoned up. Okay, so we should look for a new and improved copy at some point.
Yes, absolutely.
Good job. Anything else?
Madam Co-Chairman, the two gentlemen on the other side of the room mentioned July. There is like in July, a little celebration. And, I meant to kind of acknowledge that with DI when they were here, but the hope is maybe we can roll out some more of our images and work that this subcommittee has done, including the digital kiosks and, whatever. But that comes up in July, and I just wanted to remind everybody that will, July 10th, is that right? And so that might be a day that we would want to be around the Capitol.
And the SBC meeting is the day before, so maybe you can just make a
Boy,
point of it.
I'll just spend the week here. That'll be awesome.
And yes, Mr. Chairman, that is actually something we plan to talk about at the May meeting is the capital for Cheyenne state events is kind of the focal point for leading up to the 250. So there will be a series of events starting, as Nathan mentioned, on Statehood Day. And that is about the time that package 3 is set to hopefully be punched and ready for you all to do a ribbon cutting. The next one hopefully that will hit is Constitution Day, which is September 17th every year in the United States. And that's always a good teachable moment for classrooms across the state. And that's what DI is looking at for you guys to do an unveiling of the civics lab. Then there'll be a December 10th suffrage event and some various events leading up to the big shebang on July 4th, 2026 here in this building. So your subcommittee will likely be tapped several times throughout the year.
It's going to be a year-long festival, isn't it? So we'll be ready for that. I think, and I think looking out a little bit further to the subcommittee, this is a group that has been acknowledged and I think asked to pick up a few more things. And so I would anticipate maybe some things coming with respect to outside the building. You might remember leading up to 26 when we talked to Daughters of the Revolution, for example, there's things outside to be thought about and considered, and it may involve this subcommittee. Not certain of that. It's up to our managers to task us with that, but I think that's possible, Co-Chairman. So that's about it.
Random question that I meant to ask when DI was still here, but is there any projection as to when the temporary signage is going to be replaced?
Yesterday. Madam Chair, we did just have a meeting with DI yesterday about finishing up the need to finish up package 1 and 2 punch items. So they're trying to batch the work. They'll be bringing an installer out as well as local installers. So they're looking at how to batch the work. There's some exterior concrete paths that we need a different approach to. And so they're going to do a mock-up of that. But they have been reminded that there's a number of issues outstanding. Some of them, unfortunately, are a little trickier than you'd think with the elevator panel replacement. But we have reminded them that that first 2 phases of work need to be wrapped up.
All right, with that, we will move to public comment. Any public comment? Any public comment?
Everybody looking at me.
I actually do have a comment brought back from WDE staff, so I'll put it here as public. We have a couple gentlemen that walk the grounds every day, multiple times a day. They get their steps in, get their walks in. And they said especially during session, though it was a lot less this time with the wayfaring and they appreciated all the work that had gone into the signage, they still multiple times had to direct people to the restrooms down here in the connector. And so I just wanted to pass that along, that they felt like if there was something that could be in the more main hall there, that was a flag to direct around the corner, like around the corner and go down the little halls, then you see the restroom flag. But there's nothing out in those main areas to be like restrooms.
In the extension?
In the extension,
Okay.
yeah. So right down here where, like before the gallery, or as you come around the gallery, you have to turn, so
Maybe signs right at the corner that say.
restroom. So it was just a note because again, they had to help several folks. And so I could see that that's obviously probably the room that people are locating as much as anywhere else.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Mr. Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair and Auditor. Richard Garrett, I'm just here living in Cheyenne, loving what you all do. It's great to see the band back together again. And looking forward to all your great work. Just continuing. You've just done a fabulous job. Everybody here has done a fabulous job. Just very quickly, because I know time is of the essence. I'm hungry. I'm sure you are too. In terms of the civics lab design and some of the elements of it, I think it's all inclusive, but perhaps there are a couple more elements that could be included. And please forgive me, I had to excuse myself a couple of times for phone calls. But I think it would be fun for kids and anybody that goes into the lab for that matter to be able to identify who is representing them through some kind of interactive process. I don't know if that's practical or not, but to go into that civics lab and see that Senator Landon is my senator would be an awesome thing, because then I could go up to the lobby and send a note into Senator Landon and ask him to come out for me to be able to say hello to him. Two other potential elements that maybe could be included there, or maybe not. But, you know, the LSO plays an extraordinarily important part in this whole process. It's not just the executive branch. It's not just the judicial branch. It's certainly the legislative branch, but LSO is really critical. And I'm not sure if we can help kids better understand what role the LSO plays. But that might be something worth considering. And then, you know, speaking as a dirty, stinking lobbyist is what I like to call myself. You know, lobbyists play an important role too. And I'm not sure that you want to expose the younger generation to the dark skills of lobbying at this point. But one thing that Emilio has, and others in the room have too, are stickers on their water bottles. And I know kids love stickers. And I'm not suggesting something that would be an advertisement for the Capitol Club, which is just around the corner here. And I can't volunteer necessarily on behalf of the Capitol Club, but if there's room to hand out stickers for kids' water bottles, and if the Capitol Club could be considered as a sponsor of that, whether it's just a depiction of the Capitol as a doodle, whatever was being described there, maybe that would be fun for kids to have available in addition to the passport experience. I certainly hear what Representative Nicholas was saying about wear and tear on exhibits in that setting in particular. As a parent, it's really frustrating to go into an exhibit and find something that's not working. Overpromise and underdeliver is something always to be avoided. And I'm sure we will too. Anecdotally, during the session, there was a robotics class of some sort that went in there, and those kids, they were so excited, and they were using that space to such great purpose. And they were spilling out into the hallway too. And a couple of them, I got to engage with them and see what they were up to. It was just a lot of fun. And then the musicians kind of stage in there too. So I don't know where all that happens once the lab's in place, but let's not forget those folks too. Senator Landon, you brought up bollards and maquettes, and I had to ask Wendy a couple of years ago exactly what is a bollard and maquette. And now I know, and I'm sure all of us too acutely know how important those are for security nowadays. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Senator Landon, and I hope that we can move forward both for aesthetic reasons and for security reasons. I want to share with you too that I got a chance, as I'm sure many of you did, to go to the ceremony for Senator Simpson as he was brought into the Capitol for his last roll call, if you will. And I don't know if that was the first use of the PA system that had kind of a tower attached to it. I think that that's something that you all had some responsibility for. And speaking as somebody that was attending that day, I heard everything very clearly. So I'd say good work. Let's see. Oh yeah, one other thing in terms of, this is just a little joke, in terms of mitigation in the governor's ceremonial conference room, there are a couple of holes in the painting that apparently are allowing leakage to go through two ways. And maybe all we need to do is patch those holes and it'll be done. So anyway, thank you so much for your work. Thank you for giving me a chance to participate. I admire you all so much. And as Senator Landon was saying to Nigel earlier, there were so many great examples of people interacting with the signage and history that you all have been able to be portrayed throughout this building. Just one tiny example. There's some, I'm not sure what these are called here, these little corner desk lamps that are in the building. And I think that we've got two missing, but two are authentic. And one senator was trying to figure out, based on a display upstairs outside the Senate chamber, exactly where those lamps were back in the day. And then he was trying to figure out which one was the authentic one and which one was the reproduction. And he could not. I was trying to help him too. I'm no expert on this, but it was a lot of fun to see that kind of give and take and interaction and interest, and how you could look at a photograph and sort of see what things were like back in the day and compare it to how it is now. So just another example of your great work. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Good stuff.
And it's important to, we forget all the meetings and events we attend where we can hear. So it is nice to.
That's right.
Okay, with that, I will close public comment and let's sketch out future meeting dates real quickly. We're confirmed already for May 27th and June 17th. So Brianna, your first set of proposed dates are July 29th or 30th. That looks awfully good for Daisy.
After,
it is?
Madam Chair,
Okay.
after Frontier Days, and then it keeps us on the end of the month meeting. Where enough work can happen between meetings for everybody, including your staff. So, those are two proposed dates and the two August dates.
I'm out of state both of the July dates. That doesn't mean the meeting can't happen, but. If we have multiple people.
July 29th and 30th that's a little tough.
August 27th is the Treasurer's Annual Investment Conference, so that would knock out at least two of us. So the 20, how does August 28th? Sorry, let's back up. Representative Sherwood, how do you feel about those July dates?
Oh, sorry, I was on August. What July dates?
July is the 29th or 30th, which doesn't work for me and isn't it based on his facial expression is problematic for Senator Landon.
Yeah, I could swing July 30th, but yeah, 29th is also out.
Well, what do you think about July? Back to the drawing board or try to put together reels.
Yeah, I think, Madam Chair, part of the dilemma is we're also tasked with this July 10th planning event.
Gotcha.
This is Wendy and myself and Nathan. So we'll be busy begin the month, and then we have a short break, and then we go into Frontier Days. There's just a lot of good dates in July that I was trying to propose. So it's, and I know you're busy as statewide elected officials with Frontier Days, so.
You know, not, I mean, I joked about that, but honestly, especially for a daytime meeting, I don't know if the Frontier Days week would be disastrous for me. I mean.
Why don't we visit offline and we can
Okay.
come back about a July date? I'm sorry, I was.
We split the difference and do a July, August meeting,
Yeah, I mean,
even if we have to spend a little more time doing it.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I think the issue is always we try to just have a cadence because we don't ever know what decisions we need you to make with different consultants, timelines.
I'll make it work, whatever you guys decide. I'm trying to keep July a little bit open for just family stuff. Yeah.
Okay,
So-
we'll come back to July. I'm sorry, I was looking, the August is very busy too. So
August 27th is a problem for at least the treasurer and I, but the 28th is okay. How about-
I could, yeah, I could do August 28th.
The treasurers conference is in Jackson, so that means you gotta get back here.
It
It's
isn't,
It's in Laramie.
but the 27th would be the second. So the 28th, I think the 27th would be the travel day, so the 28th should be okay.
all right, Madam Chairman, I am hearing a confirmation on August 28th. I am hearing a new date for July, and we will have that at our May meeting. And all consultants will have to save the dates as well, so we'll make sure they're on their calendars.
And then September 24th and 25th, those are both fine for me.
Already in schedule.
Yeah. I could do either September 24th or 25th.
Yeah. I just go on the 25th then, or just pick one.
Let me look. Let's do the 24th.
Thanks, everybody, that was a lot, but very exciting. This is the most excited I've been about the civics lab.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. And Nathan, thank you for all of your work as well. I was like, oh my God, I'm tired just thinking about the years of work you've already got planned out. So kudos.
Yeah, it's good to see everybody, and it is fun to get back together and move forward on civics and some other things. I'm really happy to have the two representatives back on board, which we weren't sure, a while back. So that was good.
Whether they're glad or not, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, well, with that, we'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Thank you guys.